Welcome everyone to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today, let's talk about it! Wow! 4 months have gone by, and I haven't talked about the asshole Tom Althouse, but today we're going to get right back into it. I hope you all are ready. This motherfucker over here strung me along for 2.5 years, and all of a sudden, oh, we should go part our separate ways. Because he's controlled by other people. He's not a man of his own, is he? Just go with the flow. Never take anything to court. Never back up your claims. Never have anybody come through and say, yes, I was there on the set. They were using everything that Tom's taught. No, nothing. Look on the internet. It's not there. It's not there, guys. So first, I'd like to say that I hadn't checked YouTube in quite a long time. The search, Tom Althouse interviews in the search bar, right? Let me show you what popped up. We're gonna get a window open here. Let's see, is it this one? Yeah, all right. So what we're gonna do is look at the search results for what I had to prepare for today's show. So what I did before this page, I searched Tom Althouse. That's all I did. And do you see the first video that pops up? It's Yissilmissil Productions. The first video that pops up when you type Tom Althouse into YouTube is this channel's content. The channel that told Tom that all of this would stay up in perpetuity forever. Because that's how I am. I am a videographer and archivist. Anything I do stays up online, especially interviews like this. So, looking for new content to see if he did anything, I narrowed the search down, right? I went to what happened in the past month. It's January, right? It's almost the end of fucking January, 25 days in, right? 8 days ago, a channel with 50,000 subscribers you need to see this. 50,000 subscribers, 86 views. Are you looking at those numbers, Tom? Because they're really disappointing on your end. Mister, I'm too big for my britches. I'm going to cut off everybody that I stepped on the way up to get to where I am. The reason he's on Roseanne Barr's show at all is because of moi and because of Zenray in the chat. Whenever he decides to pop up today. Hopefully he remembered. But that doesn't matter today, okay? Today, we're gonna watch this motherfucker's latest interview. We're gonna break it down like we've been doing on this show. We have 16 other shows that we did covering the lies of this fucking asshole here, okay? And we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue because we're the top in the search result. Whenever anybody says Tom Althouse in the search, my channel comes up. This motherfucker thought that he'd go and con the whole fucking world. He's been doing this for over 30 fucking years, okay? He's gone to court at least twice, one of which I think WB countersued this motherfucker for defamation and fraud, okay? It's not pretty. This dude is not who he says he is. In fact, let's see if he has this, did they put anything in the description with his GoFundMe? No. Look at that. I guess he gave up on the GoFundMe. But, you know, we're not going to watch this on YouTube. I have it preloaded. Or you know what? It's 86 views. Should we get it? Should we give him a fucking view? I don't even know anymore. 50,000 subs, 86 views. And I'm only bringing this up because he brought it up himself. And so here's my video that is at the top of the search results. All right. Now me, I'm a measly 2,110 subscriber channel. Not this 50,000 crap with the verified check mark and everything, okay? I am 2,000 subs to this 50,000 sub channel. My interview's been up for 3 years. And it's at 7.7 thousand views. You go to this one, it is 8 days ago, 86 views. 50,000 subs. This video alone on this channel should have broken the fucking barrier of my first interview. Bar none. But it didn't. So we're gonna rip this guy a new asshole so he has to shit twice a day and 5 times he has to change his fucking diaper. He is not gonna recover from any of this shit because of what he did to me. You understand this? I spent my own fucking money on this asshole to fly out to his house to film his documentary. And the moment I step foot in his house, he says, no documentary, let's do a book. This guy's not a serious person. So we're gonna continue breaking down the lies. We're gonna watch this asshole, see what he has to say from a week ago. It's probably the same bullshit that he's been saying however long he's been doing this grift, 30 years. He keeps adding on to it. He sees what works, what resonates with the audience, and then he latches onto that. So lately, his whole motive has been, let's go out and trash Elon Musk, right? All this motherfucker wants to do is talk about Neuralink. His script has nothing to do with the fucking Matrix, okay? Even though he claims it does, it has nothing to fucking do with the Matrix. It's never mentioned in his fucking script. Doesn't have Neo. Neo's never named. Neo doesn't fly. Neo doesn't do all this other shit he does in Wachowski's movie. It's completely fucking different. He can say all goddamn day about how he can do this, all these interviews and say, oh, I had all my work stolen from me and isn't this so horrible? He's gone to court. He walked out of his own fucking deposition. This motherfucker's not serious. You get it? He's a grifter. He has a GoFundMe he's trying to get fucking $3,500 a month from. Or was it $3,750 a month? He's trying to get crowdsourcing for his fucking house. That's all he's doing. And to pay for his groceries and this and that and send his son to college, which I don't even know how the fuck he afforded to send his son to college, being that he is on fucking government benefits when I was at his house in 2024. He's saying the people that are out to get him, to kill him, right? He's all the government agents are out to kill him and shit. But he's taking EBT money. Make it make sense, everybody. All right, we're going to look in the chat here real quick, and then we're going to jump right into this motherfucker's video because we got a lot to cover. It's an hour and 14 minutes. We're going to put it to 1.5 speed because he's already fucking ridiculous and a chore to listen to all in a 1x. So we're going to go to 1.5 because fuck this motherfucker. This guy tried to fucking ruin my life. I just... The defamation alone, the fact that he's gone on to other fucking YouTube channels and talked badly about me, instead of coming to me and talking to me over a fucking 5-minute window, no, that's childish bullshit right there. It's childish bullshit. When you do an interview, when you schedule to do shows with people, you block out time. You block out like an hour, 2 hours. So when is that point that he lost faith? Is it when I pointed out that Penny L.A. Shepherd is his fucking handler, and he didn't like me saying that? He said, oh, he's trying to take all my friends away. Dude fucking married a honeypot agent twice. This dude is a stupid motherfucker. And he had a kid with the second one. So tell me what the fuck's going on. Because I don't fucking know. This guy's a straight up fucking narcissist and he's never gonna fucking say sorry for shit of anything. The only thing I have to say that I'm sorry about is that I ain't wasted any of my motherfucking time on this guy. But the thing is, I think God put me here with Jesus Christ to do this, to expose this motherfucker. Because I spent 2.5 years talking to this guy. I didn't question anything. I had my suspicions. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but this motherfucker's a snake. Okay? So that being said, let's look at the chat and then we will jump into this video. But man, I'm gonna fire on all fucking cylinders today. This 86 view. Look at this bullshit. Now he can say, oh look, the government's suppressing the video and shit. My shit's suppressed too. How the fuck am I getting 7,000 views on a 2,000 sub channel, but this motherfucking channel can't even garner 100 views? Get the fuck out of here. All right, let's look at these chats here. I'm sorry, guys. So it is snowing right now. I've been talking in the chat before I turned the webcam and mic on. We got 3 to 4 inches here of snow. It's been fucking cold the past several days. It was -8 yesterday, like all day long. So I couldn't really go out and do anything. This morning it was 8, so it went up 10 degrees. Yay! But now it's actually snowing pretty heavily, so it's going to keep going until about, like, it was supposed to be 2 p.m. Central Time here. But it's not affecting the show. We still got our heat. We still got our water. The running water is not an issue. And I have my coffee, and I know I have not had it yet. I got a little bit of coffee in here. So if you thought I was amped up in this intro here, oh man, we're going to get going. So GOD77 says we had some snow the other day. He also says, I've been hearing from a lot of y'all in USA are having a lot of bad weather. Yeah, there's sleet going through the Appalachians. So like the whole, like, I don't know what you want to call it, the Rust Belt. Like that's all getting sleet right now. So southern Illinois, Tennessee, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and then lower in the southern states, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, they're all getting rain. Florida's just, they're probably all on the beach today. It's like probably 70 degrees and sunny over there. But, yeah, it's a little cold over here in the Midwest. I'm about 20 minutes away from Lake Michigan. And I am not in Chicago. I am on the north border of that city in Niles. So proud to be not from Chicago. But that's the weather for today. Missing Time says this is the place for the deepest of dives into this. You are correct. You will not find a deeper dive into Tom Althouse than this channel, because I met him personally. I went to his house. I wanted to help him succeed. You understand? I went there to help him. I did 22 interviews with him. The first interview is still at the top of the search results. You cannot say that it is not impactful. So with all that being said, he ended up just saying, oh well, time to move on to the next sucker that I could go and, you see, the thing he does, he goes on to smaller and smaller channels, and he brags about, like, how the bigger channels were, like, no good, and they did them wrong. Like, I'm one of the bigger channels, right? I don't even consider myself that big of a channel. 2,000 subs. That's good. This motherfucker went on a 50,000 sub channel and got 86 views. Get the fuck out of here, man. This dude's grift is fucking dead as of the end of this year. I guarantee you. You will not be hearing from this motherfucker unless you go to one of these UFO conferences. And that's if they fucking keep him on the panels. God77 says, I'm used to crap weather living in the UK. Missing Time says, LOL, when someone says his name, I share your playlist. Thank you, Missing Time. Thank you. That's how this all gets around. You see, by the way, we're streaming both on Rumble and YouTube today. So this is going live out to both of those platforms. I want people to see this. I say my channel name and my own name at the beginning of every video I ever do. So for this son of a bitch to go around and say that I'm some anonymous person is really fucking irking. When I put myself out there, I put my name on the line for this motherfucker. And what does he do? He drops me at the fucking first thing that he could think of. And it was a really shitty excuse for why he did it. If he was really serious about what's going on in the world, then he wouldn't be pulling this shit. But when it's convenient for him, he'll say that he's Jewish. You see? So I should have taken that as a red flag right away. You're hated all around the world, Tom. Each time someone watches my fucking videos, you lose more people watching you. And I hope it stays that way. I hope it gets to an even bigger magnitude. When I'm at 3,000 subs, 4,000 subs, 5,000 subs, these videos will still be up, still circulating. If this channel gets terminated, there's Rumble that has all the re-uploads, there's Odyssey, there's BitChute. I'm not fucking around here. There's one other one I was uploading, Brighteon. Who the fuck uses Brighteon? I don't see it going up anywhere. But YouTube allows me to stay. And I'm just sharing the truth. Look at that. Look at what, almost 4 fucking years ago now is when I started talking to this motherfucker. 2.5 years long. Which means now, what was it, October 24 is when he decided, oh yeah, 5 minutes, let's go our separate ways in honor of my 2 dead sons that we don't even know if they even exist. Okay, I have another thing I want to share before we go live, before we watch this other thing here, because we're live, but I had a few things, I had a few comments come in, and I want to address it before we get into this, because it's not it's not right if I don't. So I think around like episode 13, episode 14. Let's see here. Damn it. I'd like to see all of my notifications here. I had some comments on the videos. And you can see my backstage here, but I don't care. So we have... You see this guy? I'll just make this bigger. We have this gray area operator guy. Alright, good. God77 says, Yissilmissil, bruv. He's like what bruv Abe calls a corn on the cob. But you know what? I want to say that this situation is very different from what Abe is dealing with. Abe's dealing with this stuff behind the scenes, but he blasts everybody on his channel, and I don't agree with doing that. But I had Tom Althouse on my channel here for 2.5 years, 22 interviews. And you think I don't have something to say about the way all that ended? Like, I'm going to be talking about this for a very long time. It's been 4 months since I did the last Let's Talk. I just didn't feel like talking about the asshole. But now, we're going to continue on. So, this guy left 2 different... man, like the second one doesn't pop up for some reason. We're going to have to fish that one out. But this one right here, from 1 month ago. So Gray, for anybody who's watched this channel understands who Gray is. This was a guy that popped up on Twitter with Emma from the Imagination podcast. Emma was interviewing Tom before I started interviewing him. And at some point through my interviews, it was like around episode 13, 14, or part 13, 14 of the interviews with Tom, where Emma just took all of her interviews down with Tom. Like, she just deleted him and continued on with like the victim panels and everything, but she erased Tom. And I'm like, why would you get rid of all that work that you put in? Like, what did this motherfucker do? And Tom was losing his fucking mind over this gray area operator guy. And it took 3 years before this fucker had anything to say to me personally on my page. So I put all this stuff out publicly. I let Tom talk on my channel uncensored. I don't control what he says. I don't control what he wants to talk about. But as the host, I go and I try to get him to speak his mind, to be comfortable. Tom was really shaken up about this guy up here, and maybe we'll find some answers. But we're going to reply to this guy like here live, and the next show that we do for Let's Talk About It, maybe we'll see the response that this guy gives, because I doubt he's going to reply while we're live here. But in the case that he does, we'll look at it at the end before we end the live. But let me read this out loud. So, Gray Area Operator left a comment on this episode 15 of Let's Talk About It, okay? He said, I remember when you did an interview with him. So he saw it. He saw it when it aired, right? Or he saw it around that time. I remember when you did an interview with him, comparing and analyzing videos of me and Nathan Reynolds, not only claiming we were the same person, about mocking Nathan wanting to see his child after being hurt and hit in a hit and run by a car. So Nathan was giving this wacky ass story without any emotion about the death of his child. And I was just thinking, like, dude, this dude's fucking lying. And of course, Tom was like, oh, yes, he's lying. He's lying about his dead son. This is Tom talking about this shit. Okay? And I was just like, Nathan just is not fucking right. Of course, there's the whole, like, MK Ultra thing and whatever the fuck else he's doing. But I looked at Nathan Reynolds' channel, and you know what he was fucking doing? He was going to, like, Baptist retreat, like, cabins and shit, and sleeping around with the directors and then going and exposing them as being infidels. Like, what the fuck, man? And the video that he had on his channel, Nathan Reynolds, the video he had on his channel that I did my digging to see who the hell this guy was, he's filming in front of this, like, Sunday church service being like, you had relations with so-and-so and you did this and that. He was fomenting it all. This dude's a fucking grifter just like Tom. But if we look into this more, it makes sense looking back at it now. Tom felt threatened by another grifter. Okay? Now, I need proof. I need to see hard evidence. I'm not like Principal Rooney in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Oh yeah, you roll your dead son in and I'll release your daughter. Like what the fuck is going on here? That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying Nathan Reynolds, the way that he described a car crash where he gets, like, what, fucking ejected out of a car and then he's, like, holding on to the edge of a cliff with his, like, bare fingers, just bare, like, this is movie shit, okay? And if anything, I'd say that, like, you could have, like, a litmus test with this shit and be like, no, this doesn't smell my test. It doesn't smell it. Like, it doesn't pass, okay? So that's why, like, I haven't even listened to that interview in a long fucking time. But he's trying to say, like, oh, I was saying, like, I was mocking him and saying I want to see his child after being hurt in a hit and run by a car. He said that was pretty foul to be a part of, even if you believed him at the time. Well, dude, now I'm saying Tom Althouse's two sons that he says died probably didn't get hit by the government. Probably he was not in any sort of father-son relationship with these two people that passed away, apparently. You can barely find anything, like, go on the internet and, like, scrape through everything, right? You can barely find anything on Tom Althouse's sons' names. Okay? So keep that in mind. Also, when I visited him in 2024, nearly 2 years ago, his house has no photos up of those two dead sons. Not even a little shrine or memorial, anything. He said that it was on his mind all the time. So much so that when he was washing dishes and cooking food, he'd talk to himself. Like, he'd be doing crazy shit, okay? So I figured it was some sort of PTSD thing. But I'm allowed to have a fucking opinion about all this. Nathan Reynolds comes off really fucking weird talking about some, like, life and death situation that sounds like something out of a fucking Mission Impossible movie. And then you have Tom Althouse talking about his two dead sons. He uses that fucking thing whenever he wants to shut down conversation. That's actually what the fucking thing is with that. Because he doesn't show the photo. Like, he did it once or twice on channels that he doesn't even associate with anymore. Just like mine. He has a huge closet of skeletons of ex-hosts that he doesn't talk to anymore. Think about that. Red Pill 78 is another one. I gotta fucking find out, like, what the fuck happened with that. But I'm sure it's the same story where Tom's like, in honor of my 2 dead sons, I wish that you never speak with me again. Like, fuck off, dude. No. You pulled me in. I reached out. Like, let's get that straight. I approached Tom to come onto my channel. Okay? But he has no place to stand and say, like, you're not allowed to talk about this. This motherfucker's going and saying all Hollywood has been stealing his script for 30 years and putting it in every other fucking movie release that's ever been released up to today. And he's saying that he watches Netflix all the time and he's seeing his idea here and here and here. Just shut the fuck up, man. Like, it's old. It's over, man. You can't have a list of 50 fucking titles and say, oh yeah, they're all stealing my work. You say there's nothing I can do. Just get over yourself, man. He says he has like 16 other scripts and he's not going to release them because he wants his last remaining son to stay alive. No, that's not the fucking reason why he's not releasing them. It's not the reason why. It's because they don't exist. The Immortals is the only script that he has, besides probably some plays that he wrote while he was a director at a theater. But for him to claim that he's seeing all of his ideas here and here and here and here and here, and oh, it's in Ratatouille, Kung Fu Panda. You see how far away this has strayed from The Matrix? He's now saying all of it. It's all his idea. He wants like the fucking... No, he's not smart enough to do this, but like what he'd have to do is a RICO case against Hollywood. He's not gonna fucking do it. No lawyer wants to touch this shit, especially with knowing that he walked out of his own deposition. Oh, I did my time. I'm leaving. Lawyer's like, you can't leave. What the fuck you're talking about? The one that does all like the logging inside the courtroom. I forget the name of what that person is, like the job title. Even they were like, Tom, like, shut the fuck up. I can't, like, transcribe you and the lawyer talking over each other. Like, that's in one of the Let's Talks. You go back and watch the Let's Talk series, it's in there. We listened to the whole goddamn thing. You have the transcriber going, God damn it, Tom, like, you need to fucking stop. You need to stop. Stop bickering. You say you're fucking leaving. I need to write down that you're leaving. I need to write down that the lawyer's saying that Tom said that he's leaving and he's walking out of his deposition. So he is not serious about going to court to get his movie rights, his script rights, because he knows that he's fucking lying. Okay? Oh. So let's finish reading this thing. He said that was pretty foul to be a part of, even if you believed him at the time. Anyway, it's not just that Tom is a liar. He's under influence of behavior modification, aka trauma-based mind control. Heads up. Yeah, no shit, man. Now, I understand that, like, he has trauma. Okay, but he's also fucking grifting everyone. Where's Tom? Do I have, like... Alright, let me open up the folder. See if I have Tom's, Tom's GoFundMe link. I'm actually really curious to see if he has any more donations other than the one guy that, like, hosted them on his YouTube channel. We're gonna see that. Just give me a second. Because I do have a folder for today's show. Oh, man. So I never replied to Gray here. And it's like, should I? I don't know. Alright, really quick. Let's see. Oh, look, it's just all my reels and Roseanne and... What is this shit? Nephilim Death Squad. Okay, so I guess we haven't gone and looked at this yet. Alright, really quick, we'll check out what this asshole's doing over here? Let's see. Donate button. Perfect. Oh no! Look at that! Look at that! Oh, isn't that something? Isn't that something, people? Look at that! Let's click on donate. This holy shit! He was asking for $3,750 a month. This campaign is unpublished. There you go. There you go. I'm calling him a grifter. Here's fucking proof. Right fucking here. I don't care. He can go take a hot shower and cry all day. I don't fucking care anymore, man. He'd lose his fucking mind over a tweet while I was at his house. Okay? It's like I was his therapist. Like he had to sit down. I have a bunch of fucking audio from when I was over at his place. When I was trying to transcribe his thoughts. That whole bullshit thing. And I'm pretty sure all of you will be able to discern for yourselves when I like share all of that shit that this guy's a fucking nut job, and this is not hyperbole, okay? And he's making shit up as he goes. A liar needs time to prepare his lie, and if it's real time, they're gonna take a long time to speak everything, okay? So that's crazy. The website's still up with the other handler that he contacted when I was there too. So the time that I visited him, he started talking to this chick on the phone about doing, like she was a music magazine writer or some shit. He was all enamored with her, all right? Probably the same way he was with Emma. Like he likes going after the young ones, okay? He even says so. He says that's what like these like secret agents did, and like gave him his wives, like gave him what he wanted and shit. Whatever, man. Like, yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Tom Althouse. Like it's on you, boy. Like you did it to yourself, and you had a kid with the second one. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And that's not even to say where did his other two sons come from? The first marriage? I don't even fucking remember at this point. Neither do I fucking care. Let's reply to this asshole, though. So, Gray Area Monarch, if you're watching any of these things, like, I have no desire to speak with you. Like, I'd love to hear your side of the story, but, like, you come at me, like, we're gonna see, like, his other comment he did as well, because he left 2 comments, especially this one here. But let's reply to him right now. So I was waiting until we did a live like this to reply, and I haven't done a live on this subject in 4 months, so here we go. It took you 3 years to discover this? Why approach me now? And what else? I agree. Or no. We both agree Tom Althouse is a fraud. And that's it. That's the comment. Oh, well, I'm not gonna feed into the narcissistic bullshit that these other fuckers are doing. So that's about it. That's about it, okay? I'm not gonna go in there and the fucker, oh, no, I didn't mean it. I didn't. What am I supposed to fucking do? It was like 4 years ago. I was all into this shit, like talking with Tom. He was calling me on my phone and shit, like outside of the interviews. He would call me. We'd have one-on-one conversations on the phone, okay? This seemed like a very legit thing. He seemed genuine. But narcissists, oh, fucking narcissists are a piece of work. So, I don't know if it was live. Let's see. What are we going to have to do here? Tom Althouse. You piece of fucking shit. Alright, 14, 13. One of these, I want to say it's one of these. Yeah, let's just check the comments until we find it. Yeah, here it is. Boom, the first one. Okay. So this is, what, part 13. So I guess that's the show. I did like a 2.5 hour show, and that might be good to go watch again. I mean, I obviously haven't. So he says here, why would you not even reach out for comment or hear the other side of the story before airing this? Disgusting, man. I'm gonna say I need your permission. You were trolling this guy on Twitter back when this aired. He nearly lost whatever was left of his mind when whatever happened with Emma happened. I never got an answer from anybody except Tom. Like, what am I supposed to fucking do? Please let me go live. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, and I'm going to put in here, she deleted everything she ever created with Tom. Kind of suspicious. But yeah. I should have reached out. Even if all I were to get is trolling. I never got an answer from anybody except Tom. Perfect. And that's going up, so that's... You know what? Hey, I'm gonna like it. Or you know what? Fuck it, I'm not gonna like it. You can suffer with it, I don't fucking care. Okay, let's look at the chat here. Got Zenray. Welcome, Zenray. Big Island Beach 69. Aloha. Now, Big Island Beach was one of the OGs they were here when I was doing these live interviews with Tom. Wow, how far we've fallen away from that. Thanks to him. It was of his doing, not... he tries to say it was me, but, you know... I got too smart for him. What can I say? That's all he does is kiss everyone's ass. Every host he's on, like any channel he's on, he's like, "You're so smart. I can't believe I finally found smart people." When he kept saying that shit after I interviewed him, It's like, no, this dude's a fucking grifter. He doesn't know. He's not keeping track of who he's telling what. Which kind of explains this 403 on his fucking give, send, go. Like, wow, dude. That didn't last long. Alright, I think it's time to jump into this bullshit. And, I'm not feeling generous today. So, fuck them. We're not giving them the view. We're gonna play my, my ripped copy of this. So, just let me prep this up here. It's good to have you all here. Really, I'm just trying to make sense of this. And we're trying to see what the real game plan is. Okay. So I just have to get this set up and then we will begin. Let's do another window capture, why not? VLC, perfect. Okay, I think we're ready to go. We just need to do the 1.5 speed here. Okay. Oh no, it's not gonna fucking do it, is it? It's not even displaying anything. Alright, I guess we have to do display capture. Alright, give me a moment. Okay. I apologize in advance to anyone that we have to do this again. But here we are. We're doing this because we need to see the truth. Okay? This guy... I can't even point anymore. This guy has something really fucking weird going on with him. And I don't know what it is yet. That's why we're still here talking about it. But let's begin. It would help if you guys could hear it.
So right now in front of us, we have an award-winning writer performing, father and visionary who wrote the landmark screenplay, The Immortals, which is also submitted to Warner Brothers and it was used to make The Matrix as well as other films. He's whispering through his art. He has warnings coming that are coming actually true through this time right now. He also is very big in advocacy for writers' rights. He also, you can actually have him come speak for you guys, to have any type of public speaking so he can get this message out to you guys. I would like to introduce the Barbarian Empire and the Superhuman Society to Mr. Tom Althouse. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm glad to be here, guys. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Absolutely, and we definitely appreciate you, and we know you have a message to get out to these people right now, and we're going to get this message so you can say whatever you want, do what you want, because we're not one of these type of interviewers where they try to ban you or stop you from getting a certain message out. We get the message out to the people because they need to know this type of information.
Same thing I was saying, right? Let this guy talk about whatever he wants to, but if shit starts to get fishy, look into it, and if he cuts you off, keep talking about it, which is what we're doing here.
And you know everything that you know. So right now, I have a few questions for you. And can you please share some of your insight into your early life and what initially drew you to performing arts? What got you into this?
Well, it's so funny because Elon Musk does this. They do this documentary on Elon Musk where he's saying basically...
This volume's so fucking low. Jeez. I don't think it could go any higher.
It's what my life is, and I don't think he's actually the guy he says he is. But you have him saying about like at 5 years old he couldn't turn off the thinking, turn the creativity off, that he felt strange.
Oh,
You know,
A minute and a half into the interview, he's already talking about Elon. Look at that shit.
it was like, but the ideas just kept coming. You know, it just wouldn't stop. Music, art, writing. And I felt very odd, very different, and I didn't even identify with my own family. It was like I was an anomaly. So that's what also translated into Immortals Matrix work, was that idea. You have the Oracle. And basically the idea of being set apart. And you're not sure what you're going to do to make a difference, but you're thinking in layers, you're creating in layers, you're hearing music, you're getting writings, you're getting inventions, you're getting, it basically leaves you alienated and isolated. But then later you're like, what can I do to make a difference? When you see what's actually going on in the world around you, the injustice is going on.
Real quick, I want to mention that, yeah, he still has this couch here that he brought in, like, within the past year or so. Like, he's actually started furnishing things. This thing in the back has been sitting there since I visited him 2 years ago. Where you'd think in this room he would have photos of his dead sons, and he doesn't. So what does that say? I'll say this much. My grandmother passed away over 20 years ago, and we still have photos of her on our walls, everywhere. This guy, no excuse. New house, how the fuck you pay for it? But no photos of your dead sons? Give me a fucking break, man. And I'll stand by that one too.
Naturally, you're going to do, what can I do to help make things better? So one of the things that I was hit with was, why not write a piece that gathers great minds together, cross disciplines, different abilities, with compassion to solve world problems? Seemed like an answer. Seemed like an easy answer.
He's relying on the viewers to insert their own perspective and knowledge of the Hollywood industry to support whatever the fuck he's talking about. He wants you to think of the Wachowskis' Matrix. He wants you to believe that all of those concepts and ideas are his own. And they are not. And I'll stand by that one too. First 12 pages. No Trinity. No running on the buildings. No phone booth. No agents. There's Jewish cryopods though. There's a middle of the fucking jungle in the Amazon, though. And dare I say it? You know when you're in the Amazon and you're pissing in the water? And you have those, like, eel things that go into your urethra? He was writing about that shit in his script in The Immortals. Not about Neo, not about Morpheus. His script has two different characters that are friends. One of them's in the government, and there's a daughter involved, and he's estranged from his daughter, okay? So, if there's any credibility to this motherfucker up here, it's that he did get estranged from his daughter, and he decided to write a script about it. But it's not the Matrix. Get the fuck out of here.
And I think that's what you guys are doing right here, right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. I thank you for like actually giving us our flowers of seeing that we're all on the same wavelength to get this done. So, like, what was your like inspiration for you to actually come up with the Immortals? Like, we want to start right there. Like, what was the inspiration for all this?
Two things. There's one temporal and there's one spiritual. Basically, the spiritual one, the reason you have Zion, is because I felt that, you know, if we are children of God, say, all right, whatever that.
Again, he's taking the Wachowskis' concept of Zion and saying it's his own. He never had Zion in his script. What the fuck are we talking about here?
That means I came down to the belief in the end that I don't celebrate anybody's religion. I celebrate their ability to have faith, their ability to believe. That brings us together. Putting up religions will divide people. Then you're saying, okay, this is right, you're wrong, but it's all faith. It has to be on faith. So why not celebrate faith instead, the ability to have faith?
Jesus Christ is my Savior. He's all of our saviors. And I will stand on that. And it's not imposing my religion onto others. My religion is Jesus Christ. And he doesn't like that, does he? Because when it's convenient, he's going to say he's Jewish. Okay? This guy's not a man of God. In any sense of the word. Except G-O-D. The government of defense. That's his God. That's Penny L.A. Shepherd's God.
And then you're not negating anyone, separating anyone out. I celebrate your ability to believe. Whatever it is, I'll support you with. I think that can bring us together. So in that light, I was basically going before God, if you will, and saying, God, if you're real, can we prove ourselves as your children? And you showed us, yourself.
Already, he's admitting that he was questioning God. If you're real. Hey, Tom, if you're real... what the fuck am I saying? He's not... Tom, this guy is not real. This guy's whole fucking life is a lie. Okay? I don't know what the fuck he is. There's old videos of him at, like, some coffee shop playing a guitar. I don't know what the fuck he is. I don't. And it took a long time to realize that.
That we can prove that we're worthy. Don't put us down a path towards revelations where it sounds really bad, what I heard in Sunday school. Give us a chance to actually prove ourselves. Now, give us that chance as your children. Then, what's interesting was I was given this kind of idea that I'd be given a cup, like it basically turned like a cup of Christ, the sufferings. Like there's kind of sufferings, alienation, betrayal, all that stuff. You will go through this, it won't be taken from you, and then he gave me a training where I was like in the center of the room, I felt like I was lifted. I wasn't being lifted off the carpet, but I felt like being lifted. And in the presence of this strong presence. And I felt like, this is beautiful. Then some thought comes in the head and it just disappeared. I was being trained that compassion, humility, loyalty was very, very important. And I thought, well, I have compassion. But I had to learn that it's a discipline. You have to learn how to embody compassion.
This guy does not embody compassion. You just see what he says to me. Let's see. 4 months ago? Let's see what he said. Ah, here he is. September 7th. Come on. Wait for this to get into focus here. There we go. So he sent this to me. He's just a little worm. That's all he is. Sorry to say. All right, let's keep going here.
Then I was given the writing. But what happened that night from the spiritual side of it was I was saying, Lord, please lead us to you. I was in tears, like, let us come to you. Let us be with you in your presence. That's how far it got. That night, there was I heard this like maybe there's a breeze in the room, the Bible was open, it's like turning pages. I had a little sliver of moonlight on the Bible, believe it or not. I put my finger on it, turned the light on, it said this passage basically. The sons of Israel will ask weeping the way to Zion. I will show them the way and make a covenant with them forever. And that's where Zion comes from, the Matrix.
No, it doesn't, man. He doesn't have Zion in his fucking story.
Now, on the temporal level, what happened was I was sent to Pat Robertson's organization for grad student work. At that organization, I learned nefarious plans that were connected to the entire cabal.
Hey, Doc.
So we're learning a little more here. So he was a grad student when he was with Pat Robertson. I don't know if that escaped me in the past.
Sent to Pat Robertson's organization for grad student work. At that organization, I learned nefarious plans that were connected to the entire cabal.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
Maybe for the younger audience, could you give a little background on who Pat Robertson is?
Absolutely. That's a good point. Thank you, Corey. Pat Robertson was one of the leading televangelists of our time, basically, and the time before. He was the top dog in the televangelist circles. And so he had a huge complex, Christian Broadcasting Network.
Zenray says, a beam of moonlight shined on a portion of the page, please. Yeah. Just wait till we retouch his break-in without a break-in that all of his scripts appeared on his bed while he was out at the UFO conference in Florida. Oh, yeah. The bad guys realized they were losing, so now they're on his side and brought everything back. That's his story for how all of his old scripts appeared. Fucking liar. Yeah. You know what? Let's go back and listen to that once more with the beam of moonlight.
What happened that night from the spiritual side of it was I was saying, Lord, please lead us to you. I was in tears, like, let us come to you. Let us be with you in your presence. That's how far it got. That night, there was I heard this like maybe there's a breeze in the room, the Bible was open, it's like turning pages. I had a little sliver of moonlight on the Bible.
Holy shit. You're right, Zedray. That's kind of fucking crazy. What's that noise? Oh, the Bible opened. There's moonlight on a passage. Let me read. Oh, all the people of Israel must be saved and bring Zion in the New World Order. Got it. Okay, cool. Okay. I'll get right on it. Get the fuck out of here, Tom.
I turned the light on. It said this passage basically, maybe there's a breeze in the room, the Bible was open, it's like turning pages. I had a little sliver of moonlight on the Bible. I put my finger on it, turned the light on, it said this passage basically.
You hear how ridiculous this is? Like, right out of the fucking Page Master movie, right? Holy shit.
Sons of Israel will ask weeping the way to Zion. I will show them the way and make a covenant with them forever. And that's where Zion comes from, the Matrix. Now, on the temporal level.
And that's where Zion comes from. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking twink.
What happened was I was sent to Pat Robertson's organization for grad student work.
God damn.
At that organization, I learned nefarious plans that were connected to the entire cabal.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Maybe for the younger audience, could you give a little background on who Pat Robertson is?
Absolutely. That's a good point. Thank you, Corey. Pat Robertson was one of the leading televangelists of our time, basically, and the time before. He was the top dog in the televangelist circles. And so he had a huge complex, Christian Broadcasting Network in Virginia Beach, Virginia. It was an empire, just like the Jim and Tammy Baker had that huge empire of PTL.
By the way, when I visited Tom, I ordered 2 of these. Now, I've wrapped mine in copper since. This is a piece of shungite for EMF to stop the cell phone radio waves and stuff. I gifted him one of these as well. He's not fucking wearing it, is he? Fucking stupid, ignorant, retard Tom Althouse. Here he is.
Industries. They were an offshoot of Pat Robertson. Everything centered from Pat Robertson. What's interesting is Pat Robertson was somebody who wanted to make it in Manhattan, New York, before he got into this so-called ministry. His background is that him and his wife Dee Dee were trying to be famous, rich, sort of like Elon Musk. And they weren't cutting it. They weren't making it. So this pastor shows up in a really nice car, takes him to dinner at a really nice restaurant in New York, Manhattan. And Robertson's quoted as basically saying, you mean you can have all this by doing that? Suddenly he gets the Christian bug. Suddenly he wants to use that. It was devised to be rich, famous, influential. In fact, he ends up making the Law and Justice Center saying it'll be a vehicle where he'll no longer be a second-class citizen. So his idea was to make a worldwide one-world theocracy. Cabal liked that idea, one-world theocracy, so that he would have total power over others.
He talks about the cabal, but he will not say that they are Jewish or Zionists or anything of that matter. And when he goes face to face with Roseanne, he tells her that he's Jewish too, and he gifts her a crown on his knees. You are my queen. What the fuck is this guy doing over here? What's this guy doing?
Why the Law and Justice Center was created. When I was there, it was when he was running for president. I was picked out of the entire student population and elevated to where I'd be in a position as the face of the Christian coalition. That's what Elon Musk is, the face to mislead you.
By the way, that hum you're hearing is because this guy is like, Tom's too fucking low in volume, and I have to crank it all the way up. And that's what you're hearing is this humming or buzzing sound. Because Tom can't... Out of all the fucking interviews he's done, he can't figure out microphone levels. He can barely keep his shit together as it is. But, You know, he's better than everybody. He's a narcissist. Keep in mind, he's a narcissist.
Thinking that I'll be your savior. Sound familiar? And therefore, you give all your love to me, and even if there's wrongdoing by Pat Robertson's organization, I would be the face where you would go, oh, well, he seems like such a nice guy, so he's really good. He's going to save us in the end. But the agenda was not to save you. The agenda was to make a final solution, a sustainable world, a one world order, and to implement a very rough theocracy, where it would be Robertson's claim. In fact, Robertson claimed, Pat Robertson, that anyone outside his organization is outside the church. He's the only one, he said, that would give you the true word of God. Any other place, doesn't matter if it's even a fundamentalist Christian organization or Lutheran, Protestant, Baptist, you name it, they're outside the fold if you're not with Pat Robertson. It sounds like Jim Jones, the security guards running around, which he did have. So that's where the work comes from. I was groomed, and then I was brought down because I said I didn't agree with this. I didn't agree with this agenda. So I lost everything. So I whispered through art. That's where the Immortals comes from. And I was offered to pitch it in New York to Lorenzo di Bonaventura, who still claims he shepherded and discovered the Matrix story. He's the lead executive, Warner Brothers, one of the execs. So right to them it went, certified mail, everything. And then they gave it to another lady that they brought in-house. And that was a rough stand. She still contacts me and mocks the death of my son. She's saying, you know, she gets millions from Warner Brothers, 5 to 7 million, if she brings me down. So she's supposed to be a first claimant. It's a very rough journey that it's been. I've got one last surviving son, but the work laid out everything. If you go back to the Matrix, Neo in the Matrix, in the original work, he's a lower echelon CIA operative at the beginning. They didn't like that. And Smith is an upper echelon over him, upper echelon department head in the CIA. They didn't like that because they're the baddies in the screenplay original. So they cleansed it. They cleansed it. See, that's where Agent Smith comes from. So right away, I was on the losing end of it. I was trying to whisper through art what I learned from Robertson's organization, what's their plans, and it stands. It still stands. And when I was talking with you just before we got on here, Robert, you made me realize I already have the book. I already have the book. The screenplay's the book. I didn't realize that all these years until you were talking. So I appreciate.
You hear him? This motherfucker had me fly out to his house in 2024 to film his documentary. I got there and he told me, let's write a book. I transcribed his thoughts for 2 weeks. By the time I was leaving, he wanted 4 books covering all the different shit that's going on. Now he's here telling these motherfuckers that the screenplay is the book. This guy's flip-flopped so many times about releasing the script, not releasing the script, releasing the script, not releasing the script. This dude's probably never, ever, 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 ever going to release a book about this, let alone his script in its entirety. He claims anybody can go to the copyright office and request a copy of his script, but he left out that everybody needs to get permission in writing from the author. This motherfucker. So that's why he can't get his hands on the Tom Hanks Immortals entry into the copyright office because he needs permission from Tom Hanks in order to get a copy of it. And it's the same way with every author in the copyright office. You need written permission from the author in order to get a copy of the copywritten material. Now, thankfully for Tom, I guess he got his hands on whatever he submitted, but he said that's like not the final draft, or he submitted one that was like taken apart and put back. He's just so fucking confusing. And if people just say, oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, he's like, oh, you're so smart, you're the first person ever to... Just fuck off, man. Just fuck off.
Your presence and who you are, and also Corey, what you're doing, it allowed me to have that realization that we already got the book.
Absolutely. Do you have a copy of the screenplay with you right now, Tom?
Right here in the case. It's right here.
Yeah, because I've shared the story with some people, and it's like so, the average perception, it's so unbelievable that I think you having that screenplay, you know, stamped, authenticated.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my bag time guy.
It's very.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire.
Five was like such a tremendous piece of evidence for people.
See that stamp right there and the bolted? This is from the copyright office. It's 128 pages. Not like the woman assigned to me who has 33 pages. This is 128 pages. In Hollywood, a page equals a...
The woman assigned to him, he's speaking about Sophia Stewart.
a minute in transferring time into a film. So when you take a screenplay, each page is basically a minute. This would be 128 minutes long. Oh. Now, when they stole it, they used a graphic visual storyboard. They lifted all the images they thought were cool, including the train station scene, field of pods, room of monitors, silver pen, red pill, blue pill. It's all lifted from this and made into visual storyboard. They worked on it. The fight choreographer said they worked on it on set with this in one hand. This is the 1990.
I'll tell you this much. Based off of what I've watched from the Wachowskis' interviews, the Wachowskis didn't have visual concepts in mind. They didn't have anything concrete. They hired a graphic novel artist to do storyboards for them, and they liked it so much they stole the aesthetic from the artist. That's the real theft here, not this fucking dickhead over here. It's actually the graphic novelist who had his work stolen, because the Wachowskis were like, after they viewed the artist's renditions, oh, that's exactly what was in our heads. We just couldn't articulate it, because the Wachowskis are also dumb motherfuckers like this guy. I keep trying to point the other way because, like, the screen's actually over on this side of me. So I have to, like, remember I have to point away here. But this guy, that script did not get fucking stolen from him. Okay. He went through several divorces, which right away, you already know that women destroy shit in divorces. So not only that, but he had hired lawyers and attorneys that were friends of his ex-wives. So go figure. And originally, he wasn't claiming The Matrix, he was claiming Demolition Man. The fuck? And he went to see The Matrix at the movie theater. He said he couldn't watch it. He had to walk out. It was making him sick. Not because it was stolen work that he was seeing on screen, but because of the violence. And if you listen to the deposition that we aired live here, that he gave me for his documentary, he wanted it to go public. He recorded illegally his own deposition, and he gave it to me. Right? He put the he tries to pass it off that the older lawyer had a tape recorder as well, and they somehow swapped accidentally. You don't think those fuckers would go headhunting for him if that actually happened, just to get the tape back? No, I'm not fucking buying it. In fact, I don't think it was even a tape. I think it was one of those digital, like, there's like these little devices that used to take a miniature tape, and then over time it's evolved into like the SD card thing. I think that's what he had, was the SD card thing, because I have the digital file of it, and I don't think he had the expertise nor the knowledge to transfer an analog cassette tape to a digital file. I'm just not fucking buying it. He's had so many people help him that he's cut off at the legs right when they were getting to good shit to actually get him into court, so that he could claim all of the shit he's claiming here. But it doesn't hold up in court. All these little details he gets lost in fucks him up. And it's too bad, because this was actually a pretty convincing story. But really, as we're seeing, he'll drop anybody that's going to threaten his mission of not being called a fucking liar. And that's why this show is called Tom Althouse Lies. He did not write The Matrix. That's in this title of this show. I saw the 100% up in the chat. I know you guys are agreeing with me. All right, let's continue here.
It's all lifted from this and made into visual storyboard. They worked on it.
No, it's not.
So they worked on it on set with this in one hand. This is the 1998 version, which shot in 99, and then the visual storyboard in the other. So this in one hand, visual storyboard.
Here's the other thing. Matrix fucking wrapped up filming in what, May of... what was it? May of 98? I have to look at it. There's some like 2-month discrepancy between his submission of this script that he's holding. He submitted this thing 2 months before the official release of the film. So they already had The Matrix in the can. And then he decides to copyright his script. Answer me that. Again, his first lawsuit was Demolition Man, not The Matrix. He went after Warner Brothers once before. So again, when he filed the second one in like 2009, they're like, it's this motherfucker again? And that's why I say he went to court 3 times. One for Demolition Man, one for The Matrix, and one for Warner Brothers countersuing him. And he wanted to take a plea deal. He said so in the deposition. He's fine with getting X amount of money. I don't know. I forget the number. He was saying something like, it was between like 30K and 100K. Not the $1 billion he's fucking claiming. He's claiming this is a multi-billion-dollar case. Why hasn't anyone bit? Just things to think about.
Make it up as they go along. That's why you have so many things added to it, like Necromancer, Dark City, Alice in Wonderland, the Train Man from Ghost. They're making up as they go along with what they're familiar with, filling in the blanks as they make up using the images they thought were cool, and it all gets disjointed. Train station scene got disjointed. When they made it up on set, they took the liquid mirrors, which were the security devices in the original train station scene. If you take the red pill, you can pass through liquid mirrors. They took that out and put it in Morpheus' room, where he's offering a blue pill, red pill at the same time to Neo, and he puts his hands through the mirror.
What he's doing here is forcing these two fuckers here to reframe, and all the audience that's watching, the 86 people that ended up fucking watching this video, he's trying to convince all of these, what he's doing here is reframing their minds. He's trying, you see this dude up in the left corner, he's actually thinking about what he knows and remembers about the Matrix. And he's now having to actively reframe it because of what this motherfucker down here is saying. That's what's happening to this host right now. It's happened to many other people, including myself. But we're not playing that fucking game anymore. Alright? Tom Althouse is a liar. He is a fraud. He's a narcissist. He will never admit wrong. Everyone that he speaks ill of is always against him.
That's stupid. They took the room of monitors, which was actually where Smith is operating from, where you get to see every agent's viewpoint and what they're feeling and their vital signs as they're operating in the field. That's the room of monitors. They took that and put it with the architect with all these images of monitors where he has a silver pen clicking it like a channel changer. That's ridiculous. That's idiotic.
So, I'll share this story again. When I was at his house in 2024, he said he had the architect pen, right? I'm like, oh, that's fucking awesome. I want to see it. He brought it out. It was in like a little case. He was like, oh, I have this pen. You see this? This is the architect pen. And then as I'm looking at it and taking it apart, like I really wanted to like dig into this thing, right? I asked him, is this the original one? You know what he said? No. He found it at a flea market like 10 years ago. or some thrift shop, right? I have to give my audience a choice. On one hand, you can go on and continue to believe all the bullshit that Tom Althouse is spewing out of his mouth. Or you could follow me and see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Let's continue.
It's supposed to be back with Smith. So if you put it back the way it was supposed to be, it makes sense. And then now they're pushing that the red pill is the good pill. How many people say the red pill? The red pill in the original work is not offered by Morpheus with the blue pill. In the original work, the red pill is commanded by the architect to be offered by Smith to Neo, and Smith hates Neo.
There's a pattern of everything is upside down, right? And you know the devil also plays this game too. As above, so below. He's flipping everything over. And it's only to benefit him. You see, he doesn't talk about all the people that help him. He forgets the names of the people that help him because he doesn't fucking care about them. He only cares about himself, which is why he is a narcissist. Okay? Let's continue.
So Smith says, I have to give you this red pill. So he gives him the red pill during the interrogation scene, not the blue pill offer. Red pill. Later, when he's cut from the program, the blue pill is offered in Underground by the Morpheus character in Underground. So Neo can get back in the program to take on Smith after he's cut from the program. Make sense? Now they're saying the red pill is the good pill, including my nemesis, this lady, that the red pill is the good pill and the blue pill is the bad pill. How can they say the red pill is the good pill and it's based on the blood of the children for a longevity program where the elite form a one world society where all the elites and their families are offered immortality through a red pill youth blood generated program where the blue pill does not involve blood of children. Blue pill's the good pill, red pill's the bad pill, red pill's offered by the architect, and the blue pill's offered by Morpheus, character in Underground. Make sense? Now they're still saying the red pill's the good pill. They've snowed the people by reversing the order. The red pill's not the good pill. And everybody says the red pill, basically. The red pill is the blood of the children to make a longevity program to constitute a one world order by offering it to all world leaders. That's the backstory in the Immortals, that they actually get this. Matrix isn't a title claimed by Warner Brothers. They claim the Immortals title. They copyrighted the Immortals title, not Matrix.
Wow. So now that we're seeing that what's going on with this whole slew of red pill podcasts, that's what you're saying. People hate it. People are seeing the quote unquote red pill for what it is at this point now. So people are hating this red pill stuff.
No, they're not. Nobody, like, I'm gonna say straight up right now, nobody's doing this shit that they're saying. And I fucking went back a little bit. Damn it. But yeah, like, nobody's like watching Tom the way they used to. And when they're and most first timers are seeing my content first. And it's not me bragging. Like, that's just how it is. You see, I go to use emojis, and then all of a sudden, like, everything just collapses on itself. I can't even see the chat right now. Okay, I got it back. But yeah, so he's flipping everything upside down. He's saying, no, it's actually the blue pill. The blue pill is good. The red pill is bad. The blue is, like, calming color, and red is the whatever. Whatever, it's all fucking bullshit to him. Like, coming from him, okay? This whole thing's a fucking farce. So, like, he's just gonna say whatever the fuck he wants. And I let him say whatever the fuck he wants. And maybe I shouldn't have, but it's what I did. I believe in free speech. I don't have to get permission from fuckers like this gray area monarch. Like, I don't need anybody's fucking permission to do anything on my channel. Okay? Sorry if that bursts anybody's bubble.
Sentiment with red pills now is like the douchebag, want to have order, want to run everything type of people in the world. Now, I also have a question also about how do you feel about Sophia Stewart and her claims to also be...
She's the woman that I've been mentioning. I don't mean to step on any toes, but she's been assigned to me. I've had many calls from Sophia mocking me about the death of my sons, sending me stuff saying that, you're an egomaniac, you're a fraud. And she's the one that tried to talk me into claiming Matrix 2 and 3, saying I was the missing link and I shouldn't claim Matrix 1. She was working with Warner Bros. Attorneys to do this. In fact, I paid to burst bubbles, but she had a summary judgment against her in 2005. And then in 2009, she's brought in by Kate Chilton, the exec from Warner Bros., paid to burst bubbles, but here we are. She's offered through a letter that she'll be given $5 to $7 million if she handles the original offer from 2009 to 2013. She lost definitively in 2005, so they bring her in as an in-house claimant to be the first claimant so she can defuse the real offer. That was Warner Bros. Strategy. So she said, yes, I'll take the money. Give me the money. And she has a call from her calling me saying she's going to get her millions because she said she had my letter to Warner Bros. And it's going to prove where she'll get the millions.
They're both delusional. Both Sophia Stewart and this guy. The only reason that, like, I kind of latched onto his story is because it sounded a lot more convincing than whatever the fuck Sophia Stewart was putting out. And I'm sure everybody here, for the most part, has heard of Sophia Stewart claiming that she wrote The Matrix and The Terminator. This shit was being talked about in 2008. Okay? Spring of 2008. I'm walking down State Street in Chicago with my dorm mates talking about this shit at night. Okay? This was before all of the violence engulfed the loop like it is today. Like, I'm not ever fucking stepping foot in the loop again. Ever. I don't want to. I refuse jobs left and right in the center of Chicago. It will not fucking do it. You got people going 100 miles an hour through the south side just because they don't want to get caught up with the fucking shootings. It's lawless on the roads over there, let alone on the sidewalks. But 2008, I was talking with my roommates about Sophia Stewart and whether or not it was legit or not. Now, my roommates were doing acid all the time. I didn't partake in that shit. But they were convinced that Sophia had kind of a point. Like, it sounded like a pretty convincing argument, right? Well, we all know that, like, she's a fucking grifter frauder, right? Like, she's doing the same shit Tom's doing. And it sounds like they contacted and be like, let's do this shit together. And at some point, Sophia's like, oh, no, fuck it. Like, this guy's a fucking loser piece of shit. Like, he's not going to fucking threaten me. And they both ended up going to court and losing. So what the fuck's that about? Sophia Stewart's case got, like, dismissed on some technicality ground, and she says that she won the case. This motherfucker walked out of his own deposition on his second court case. I don't know what the fuck happened with the Demolition Man one, but there were bits and pieces of that in the deposition. It's just a whole fucking shit show, isn't it? And out of this entire month, this is the only interview that Tom did, and he figured 50,000 subs would do it. No, there's only fucking 86 views on this video we're watching now. This shit's gonna get more views with the re-upload of this live than organically on this 50,000 sub YouTube channel. On my 2,000 sub channel, it'll get more views than these motherfuckers. That's just how it is. That should tell you a lot about what's going on.
Now, because she did her job of bringing it down. It's that bad. It's that bad.
But there goes people. There's definitely somebody's definitely going to clip this because a lot of people wanted to know the mystery behind this and like what is the because how you explained of like the woman. Also, what I hear from her claims interviews is the guy. So now we have names to faces to names. We might have solved something that's been years old.
Missing Time says 10 of the views are from Tom. You are not lying, man. I'm sure it's probably more. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say 15, 16 views he added to that. So maybe 80 views. And then not every viewer watches the entire video. A lot of people watch like 3 to 5 seconds and click off and watch something else. But, you'll have this clip. Don't worry about that. You see, I did like a huge thing with Reels with this show, with episode 13. Just spammed it out there. Got that rollout of the Reels got over 10,000 views for the channel. And I just stopped doing it because like I didn't have the fucking time to do it. And like the passion is just it's gone. Like I don't even fucking care about this guy anymore. But here we are talking about him. Just to set the record straight. Not to just come on here and bash him every fucking day. Like, it's been 4 months, and we're seeing what new shit he has to say, and it's the same shit, so. And I know that's something that was discussed during my interviews with him, is that other people are saying that's all he does is like, he doesn't, he's always saying the same things, he never says anything different. Well, in hindsight now, yes, that's very fucking true. He's in a loop. If there's something from outside of that loop that comes in, he rejects it. If these questions about the legitimacy of his 2 dead sons come in, he rejects it. If he's called a fraud by any one of these hosts, he rejects them. I wasn't even saying those things when he rejected me. Which really, in a way, it showed his true colors. Because this fucker, for the first interview, that part 1 that comes up when you type Tom Althouse into YouTube in the search bar, my interview comes up. That's the first thing that pops up. And in that interview, before we went live, he made me wait over a fucking hour. And he's losing his shit over 5 minutes with me for part 23, which he ended up just cutting everything. No more books. No more not only no more documentary in 2024, but now no more books. No more interviews on your channel, Steve. All of this shit. Like, what the fuck happened? I was giving you a solid platform to come on here. You had me wait for an hour. I took everything. I literally took this thing down, my lights down, my microphone down, my camera down. Then he calls me and the FBI must have been doing shit with my internet. Just get the fuck out of here, man. Just say that you were fucking late and you're sorry. But he's a narcissist, so he won't do it. But without the apology, with that big whole thing of like all the Secret Service, FBI, everybody's out to get me, I took it as at face value, and I'm like, okay, well, you made me wait an hour, but I'm willing to still do the interview. That's part 1. That's all prior to part 1. And then part 23, he's like, 5 minutes have gone by. Fuck you, Steve. Goodbye forever. Like, what the fuck? But with the context put in that, like, I called out Penny L.A. Shepherd as his handler, and that she went and, like, just splintered everything, like, everybody that he was associated with. Like, come on. Instead of taking my word, he took Penny's word, and he's never even fucking met Penny in person. I have. And I've met this fucker. All right, let's continue.
We might have assaulted just now on it.
Well, let me bring this forward then. You were great. Thanks for doing this. You are really great because
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
really, this is 128 pages. It's certified. It has red pill, blue pill. It has the underground, the agency, little girl train station, all that in here. Even the exact name of the
So for the new viewers that's tapping in right now, can you please explain to new viewers exactly what that is you're holding in your hand?
This is a bona fide screenplay. This date on it is this is the 1998 version.
This is a bona fide screenplay. A bona fide screenplay that Bonaventura had. And blah, 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 blah. So December of 98. All right. He submitted this like 4 months. I don't know, man. The official submission, I swear, was like March of 99. But the stamp says something different, doesn't it?
Shot in 1999. This is what was used on set in 1999 to create The Matrix.
No, it wasn't.
And again, Warner Bros. Doesn't claim that title. In fact, they commissioned and ordered Tom Hanks to write The Immortals to rip this off. Instead, in the end, they gave it to Wachowskis because Joel Silver gave them an audition piece, he called it, a Bound. If they could prove they could do Bound, they even did.
He can't prove that Warner Brothers commissioned Tom Hanks to write the 3-page paper in the Copyright Office titled The Immortals. He can't prove that because he needs permission from Tom Hanks to get a copy of that thing. He won't say it, but that's the reality of it.
An article where they said, the Wachowskis claim they wrote it, said that they were finished as writers in Hollywood. They failed over Assassins. Another writer had to be brought in by Warner Brothers to finish it. They failed. The only way they would save their careers, they got to direct a science project or something. This is the science project. Now, Sophia Stewart's work is 33 pages. She calls it her manuscript, not a screenplay. It's a manuscript, and it's based on Star Wars and the Bible being blended. If you're going to plagiarize...
No. You guys can look up on YouTube. There's some channel out there. I have the video saved already, but this dude actually bought Sophia Stewart's book talking about all this stuff and did a breakdown of what Sophia Stewart's story is actually about. And it's some weird, like, Truman Show bubble shit, and it has nothing to fucking do with The Matrix or The Terminator. It's just a bunch of slop, just like this fucker here with this thing. Now, I'll say this on record here, that I have not read the entire script that he is holding up there. I have read the first 12 pages, and it doesn't fucking match The Matrix. It just... When you write a script, you must set up everything within the first 10 to 12 pages. And all he does is spend time in the fucking jungle and then opening Jewish cryopods on some random military base in the fucking Amazon. How does that have any fucking thing to do with The Matrix? Answer me that. Show me where that was used. This fucker will go and say, Tropic Thunder stole that concept, and that's why it's in the jungle. Just get the fuck out of here, Tom. Like, he'll do anything to gain clout. Zenray says, you would think that a copyright would free a script up to be viewed instead of kept hidden, being that it's now protected. Yeah. If you want a physical copy printed and mailed to you, not only do you have to pay a retainer fee, you have to get permission from the author in writing. So, one day Tom's saying, yeah, he wants to release the script. The next day he's saying, oh, no, I need to hold on to it for my case. Then the next day he's back to saying here, oh, the script is the book. We must release the script in a book. Like, fuck off, Tom.
Something. You just two of the biggest things in the world, Star Wars and the Bible. And if you have 33 pages on Star Wars and the Bible, where does Terminator and Matrix fit into that? That means what? They got 10 pages each or 5 pages each? You can't. That's not even a screenplay. 33 pages is a screenplay. So what she's done is...
Good. He understands what a screenplay is. 10 pages should set up your entire fucking film. But it doesn't. No nightclub scene, no leather, no names of Neo, Trinity, Agent Smith, Morpheus, Cypher. He has architects. Like, that's... He watched the 1999 Matrix film at the movie theater. Alright? Like, he did that shit. And he didn't have the fucking wherewithal to be like, that's my fucking story. What the fuck? He says so in the deposition. At the time he watched it in the movie theater, he didn't see the connections. It wasn't hard enough evidence, right? That's what he said. Fuck this guy.
He just keeps doing things like gets on with sunglasses and goes, Matrix, Matrix, Matrix. That is not proof. That is not evidence. So right now is an offer on the table for her to come on a show and we'll present evidence. Let's present evidence. But her job at Warner Brothers is to make sure...
No, he wants to ride the clout. He just wants to have a spectacle. He wants to have a circus. He doesn't want justice. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. I do that because that's what he is. He's Michigan J. Frog. Except this frog, you have to mention the Matrix, and then he'll start dancing. Okay? That's why I compare him to that.
No evidence ever sees the light like this evidence right here. She claims this is a forgery. Look at the stamp on there. That's from the Copyright Office. I would have to create a machine shop to render that. You know, a whole machine shop basically to come up with that stamp and to do it perfectly. And then these people right here, they're signed on. You can contact them. There's the addresses, everything.
Zenray says, I'd love to run his script through an AI just to see what similarities there is or is not, and if any of it was plagiarized. That is a fucking excellent idea, Zenray. Maybe that can happen. Who knows? Right? Be a shame if AI didn't find matchups, as he claims, right? Oh, you need to have the intellect to understand the matchups and the lifting of concepts. Just shut the fuck up, Tom.
And then the PAU number right here. There's a PAU number. See it? If you use that PAU number at the Copyright Office, you'll find the script right there.
This goes deep, and this is the real deal, gentlemen.
Absolutely. So, Miss Sophia Stewart, if you happen to see this or any clip.
More bullshit. More bullshit. You see, they're only 18 minutes in. This fucker's saying it's the real deal. It's the real deal. It's the real deal, guys. Who the fuck is this guy? Tell me. Who in the fuck is this guy? It's a real deal. It's the real deal. It's a real deal. It's like, just shut the fuck. All you just shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All three of them. Like, I feel bad for the dude in the left here. Don't even know his name. Let's continue.
This is actually an extension, so we can actually get everyone on here, so we can put the evidence forward and finally put this to rest and get this over with. So if you see this, Miss Sophia Stewart, this is the offer for that. So now that we can talk about the legal proceedings and the outcome about it, and when they were saying that it was too different to support your claim.
Let me know in the chat if I should comment on this video on YouTube, because I'm feeling like doing it.
And what was your experience throughout that whole matter?
Unbelievable. They provided their own attorney. His name's Tony Rankin. They solicited me. They came to me, Tony Rankin, with a suspended license. He
there we
wasn't even
go.
going to practice law. He was suspended license for a decade, over a decade. And he was classmates with Warner Brothers lead attorney, Linda Burrow, from the University of Berkeley. So they picked a classmate of their lead attorney, who has a suspended license, to solicit me, promised me $100,000 he put in his own pocket.
This is all conjecture. This is just him theorizing shit. What else is it? This person. Just get to the fucking point, man.
And the copyright attorneys, and he could see this through because he wanted to see this through. Out of the blue, he steps in, right? Never did a piece of discovery, ran out the statute of limitations, went on vacations. When I tried to fire him in the end, a half hour after I fired him, we contacted his classmate, Linda Burrow of Warner Brothers, and said, you may proceed to summary judgment without objection. That's how you win a lawsuit when you want to block all the proofs and everything. Just make sure no evidence goes in. You block every shred of evidence and allow them to proceed to summary judgment without any objection. After he's fired, within a half hour, that's what's so wild is, he'll say he lost his case. We didn't have a chance in hell. In fact, we won, and he wouldn't let us file the win.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said it looks real to them. They said it looks official to them. So they seen you with the proof.
Oh yeah, he's holding it up. It must be true. Let's read through it page by page, Tom.
Here's the submission letter from 1993, June 25th. Certified letter, return receipt. Here's the receipt on the bottom from the submitting attorney firm, Boyd & Boyd.
Oh boy.
Oh man, what do you think? It got cut off, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on now. Hold on. We got to bring him back.
The feds got him, right? Or it's just a shitty internet. That's probably the real thing there.
Hold on. You were cut off for the last 30 seconds. It just disconnected you. What the hell? Hold on. You won't even let me put him on screen.
Oh my god.
I can see it over.
You can see it.
I can.
Hold on.
I want this show.
Can you hear me? It didn't put the last 30 seconds. Yeah, it didn't put the last 30 seconds on screen. Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, what I was showing was they're going to cut this right now. They don't want this. Because this is direct work. So what you have here is
He's using that to be like, look, this validates everything I'm saying, right? That's his whole shtick. Oh, they cut me out. They don't want you seeing this. They don't want you seeing. Well, all of my interviews are still up. I don't know what the fuck he's doing here.
the proof of submission. They don't want this ever shown. This is from Boyd & Boyd of Norfolk, all right, an attorney firm that submitted in June 25th, 1993, certified letter, return receipt. There's the receipt right there on the bottom to Warner Brothers Story Department, the head of the department at the time, Diane Bellis, care of Elizabeth, who is the guy who I had pitched to, Bonaventura, Lorenzo D. Bonaventura, who's the executive who still says he discovered and shepherded the Matrix story. And here's the Immortal script, music, character breakdown, everything sent by this attorney.
Oh, really? Let's read that.
The head of the department at the time, Diane Bellis, care of Elizabeth, who is the guy who I had pitched to, Bonaventura, Lorenzo D. Bonaventura, who's the executive who still says he discovered and shepherded the Matrix story. And here's
Hold on, I'm gonna pause it.
Immortals.
All right, let's blow this up and read it. The Immortal Screenplay by Thomas P. Althouse. Dear Mr. Bellis, on behalf of my clients, enclosed, please find various materials pertaining to the work that was created by Thomas Althouse. The Immortals included specifically are extended story treatment, a parallel script, or a partial script, which covers Act 1 and 2, a character guide sheet, and a tape of the music suggested for the opening and closing credits, accompanied by a guide sheet explaining these several songs. My clients have previously submitted this work to where?
Script.
Yeah, I know it's your script, Tom. Shut the fuck up. Alright. I submitted this work to something cable and regional production studios with favorable responses. So he sent this out to more than one fucking place. So how does he know where the theft originated from is my fucking question. It was their feeling, however, that prior to submitting the rights thereto, they would like to have Warner consider this production. Okay.
Music, character breakdown, everything.
All right, here we go. I got it. It's right at the top here. In advance, I thank you for your kind attention hereto, and will appreciate the favor of your response at your earliest convenience. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me at the above reference offices with whatever the fuck. And so this is actually, I believe this is a copy of his letter here, because this thing's covering all of the signatures on the bottom, obviously, but it's one sheet, so this is a photocopy
Sent by this attorney to Warner Brothers Story Department. You can't get better proof than this. This would have won the case hands down. They blocked that from going in.
Yeah, whatever, man. I don't know what to say other than you're a liar, Tom. That's what I think. And we have ample proof here.
With the attorney with a suspended license, who was their classmate. So Sophia Stewart's job is to say, he lost his case. We actually won, and they didn't let us file it. We did our malpractice. We had won. They didn't let us file the win either.
No, he had a deposition with the opposing attorney, and he walked out. Missing Time asked, what would I say if I left a comment? And maybe wait till the end. Yeah, I am going to wait till the end, at least till the end of this video. Because I'll probably have a more solid thing of what I want to say. I kind of want to point out the views.
It's why they're attorneys on that. So we have the evidence to come forward. Now there's talk of doing a commission, an investigation to allow the evidence to finally come to light. Sophia Stewart's job to get a $5 to $7 million to make sure I never get to see the light of day. That's why.
I almost want to bait them into watching the Let's Talks. Be like, here, oh, you want more info on Tom? Here you go. And then link to the Let's Talk playlist. I think that would be perfect.
She calls and mocks me about the death of my sons. It's supposed to make me take my life.
So now that all this happened, how did the outcome of everything happen? How did it affect your professional trajectory?
Keep in mind, this guy's a habitual liar. He's a narcissist. So all of this stuff you have to take with a grain of salt now. It's the sad reality of all of it.
And your personal life. How did it affect your career?
Great question, Oba. What they did was they go after every job you have, every relationship you have. I have no relatives left. All I have is my mom and my son. No cousins, no nephews, no nieces, nothing. They're all gone. I have nothing. 2 sons murdered. My daughter estranged. I'm actually married into the law firm, the relation of the law firm that was to throw my case. They actually brought.
Yeah, his mom's paying for his house, right? And he has the nerve to come at me. You know how many people are fucking living near poverty right now? The whole concept of moving out when you're 18 is by the government and the fucking real estate companies. They want you to be separated from your family. They want you to have multiple mortgages. On top of that, the distance between your family, you might never fucking see your family again. There's a lot of family members that don't talk. And that's for a lot of people out here. So for this fucker to go at me like a little kid and be like, grow up and get a life. That's the best you got, motherfucker? I'm putting you on blast here, and that's the best you got?
A guy in to court my daughter and marry her who was related to the law firm that threw my case.
Wow.
So what you have is they shut down everything. They call it information meetings. Sophia Stewart acts as what we call an anonymous. She comes in, she's supposed to disrupt your flow of life, contact jobs, hosts, loved ones, and say, don't work with Tom.
And that's what he calls me. Because I'm reaching out to other people that have, interviewed him. He calls me an anonymous. But yet I have my name on everything. So silly.
And what's interesting is Sophia went so far, and this is amazing. I'm blown away. She actually wrote a codex or something she calls it, where she wrote her own prophecy, or had someone write it for her, where she's listed as the light of the world. And if you look up my birthday in her personal codex that she created, I'm the evil one. Created your own prophecy.
That is bananas. That is bananas. So
her company, look it up. Her company is called All Eyes on Me, writer, director, producer. I couldn't have a company called All Eyes on Me You ask me where the work came from, where the genesis of it is, looking to God, saying, can we prove ourselves as your children?
There he goes again. Sophia Stewart's production company is called All Eyes on Me because she is also a narcissist. He uses Sophia Stewart to deflect his own narcissism off of himself. See how that all fits together?
How dare if I said, all eyes on me? It's not about me. It's about all of us lifting up and defeating the agency's tactic of trying to divide us and coming together to make a better world and to elevate where each of us are valued.
That's where superhuman society comes in, Tom.
That's where you guys fit. This is perfectly timed. This is historic to me.
Well,
I
I'm
can see
yawning
this resounding. Roseanne Barr, they say Trump, all these people watch, they say they watch what I do, or they have representatives watching what we do all the time, and they're cheering us on. They're calling it the greatest story. So that's why there's
Roseanne, I hope you're watching the Let's Talks, because you need to, I don't know, go back to Israel or something, because you don't fucking belong here being a bitchy fucking person that you are. Just vile. Roseanne Barr today is like just fucking vile. Like she always kind of was, but like she just lays it on thick now with her. She's an open Zionist, and he is like, oh yeah, I am too. Like fuck off, Tom. He fucking just mold to whatever is the current trend, right? Whatever club you'll get in, you'll suck a Zionist dick, and then you'll end up saying like, "Oh no, the bad guys are on my side." Like, no, baby, you're part of the fucking problem, Tom.
There's a lot of nervousness in the other's camp. They're concerned that evidence will supervise everything.
So what are your thoughts on like now about the protection of intellectual property rights within the film industry based on your experience? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
It's dead. Hollywood's dead. It's dead. You see these reels? They got very high detailed like shots of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, P. Diddy, Charlie Kirk, Jeffrey Epstein, Alex Jones, inserted into all of these movies. Like they take clips from movies and they put these people's faces on them, and it looks really fucking good right now. Hollywood's dead. It's dead. And the streaming services are going to drop next. And that's what they're relying on right now. Hollywood's fucking dead. But no, they didn't rely 40 years on this guy's one little fucking script. Like, this isn't like that. This guy's in a world of delusion. He thinks that he is the center of everything. He says so. And all he could do is fill his brain with brain rot from Netflix. That's all he can fucking do. Like, he's maxed out. And then he talks to himself in his mental breakdowns, alright?
Doesn't exist. In fact, you just brought up a very good point I want to bring forward, is that when I sent in for a copy, certified copy, I paid for it to the Copyright Office, they sent me back Xerox sheets just scattered. I contacted them and said, I paid for a certified thing. They said, yes, you did, but we're not going to give it to you. They've infiltrated the Copyright Office. There is no protection on intellectual property. They choose who succeeds and who doesn't. Because as you said, it's all about influence. It's about who has influence. They want Sophia Stewart to have influence, not this writer. So if I have influence, I'm going to be talking about what they don't want, what you're doing in a superhuman society, bringing people together, showing compassion for all. They don't respect compassion for all. Their philosophy, they say, is the lion and the zebra. The lion eats the zebra. Their philosophy, they say, is the laws of nature, they claim, where the strong use the weak for food. This is what they talk about in their circles. They don't want the bleeding heart or the compassion. They certainly don't want what I intended when I was given to write the script, to bring together brilliant minds in a think tank to solve world's problems that have compassion and experts in across discipline in different fields.
Yeah, because
And then after that, he wants to go on yachts and speak with world dignitaries to draft peace, right? But he hates Elon Musk, the one person that could possibly facilitate all that, right? Like, the one person in the world that has, like, money is no concept to him. But he chooses to be the enemy of him, right? Like, Tom chooses to be the enemy of the people that can help him. So there's that.
if there isn't any problem, then how can you pay for the solution? They want you to pay for the solution, also from the problems that they actually create. So you are right with that. Like, where they want these problems so they can sell you the solution. So that makes a lot of sense, definitely.
That's right. Now I have a question for you and your audience, because I have never figured this out. Why is Sophia Stewart, the agencies, Hollywood, Wachowskis, why are they all attacking the original writer, saying you're an egomaniac, you're the evil one?
Because you are. You are the egomaniac, Tom. look at you. It's all about you. You could use Sophia Stewart as a deflection all you want. Look, she has a production company called All Eyes on Me. Look what you're doing. You're out here running your mouth on all these different people's channels, taking advantage of their reach. And they don't even have fucking reach. They have 50,000 subscribers and 86 views. How the fuck does that happen? Maybe it's because they're watching my content and then they're saying, fuck this, I'm not going to watch any more interviews of this guy. Which, rightfully so. You shouldn't waste your time on this motherfucker. Like, it's too much to fucking go through and watch everything of this guy, because not only is it repetitive after a while, but like, he's not telling the truth.
What is the purpose of that tactic? Obviously, we're not. Those of us like ourselves right here are not egomaniacs. We write, our work reflects, that we have a benevolent thought of wanting to have a better world. Any of my writings is that. So why are they hauling us off as crazy and dangerous? Why is Sophia Stewart calling or sending a message saying doctors in the FBI are going to haul you off? You're an egomaniac. You're a narcissist. You're evil one. I couldn't figure out why they chose that tactic when obviously...
Because it's true. You don't claim to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. You just say God. You just say God gave you the idea, which means you're not a fucking screenwriter, dude. Somebody else gave you this idea that you're claiming that Hollywood stole from you, which is also a lie. And on it goes. He went to court in the in the early to mid 90s to sue for Demolition Man having stolen his idea. And then he went to the movie theater in 99 and watched The Matrix and didn't have that same connection. If not even more so, if that was really the case, he would have seen it right away. He would have saw his fingerprints all over it, and he didn't. He admits on tape in court.
We're people actually that have a bleeding heart. We're actually those that are trying to make a difference. What you're doing, Corey, what you're doing, Oba, what I'm doing, is trying to make a difference in the world. It's obvious through our work. In fact, I think in the Bible it said something about...
Yeah, what kind of difference, Tom?
Christ faced the Pharisees, and I may paraphrase it badly here, but he said, if you can't agree with who I am, at least agree with the work that I do. Or see the work that I do.
No, because your work is shit. There's like no structure to dialogue. It's so difficult to read the Immortal script. I can't wait till this motherfucker just releases it thinking it's the gold mine, and then everybody calls him out for what he is, which is a fucking fraud.
So why isn't our work ever weighed in who we actually are, instead of just being shouted at that we're some kind of egomaniac?
Because we're a threat to the fear-based weapon system.
Right, and
that's all he's using is a fear-based. Oh, they're all coming to get me. I'm not releasing any more of my screenwriting, even though I am a professional screenwriting individual, and my career is based off of screenwriting. Like, where's his other work? Where's this fucker's other work? Where is it? He said it's buried somewhere in Pennsylvania. You can't find it metal detecting. Whatever, man. You don't have anything to show for what you claim is your profession. Maybe it would give a little more validity to whatever the fuck you're trying to convince us of here.
We've seen this playbook before, and we also seen this on a higher level with Kanye West. We have seen this exact same playbook. Make this person seem like an egomaniac, make him seem like a narcissist, make him seem like every time they tell the truth that it's some type of bipolar, schizophrenic rant when they tell the truth. Like, we see the playbook and we know the playbook. If at this point, if you don't see the playbook and know the playbook...
Are they defending Kanye? That's pretty based. But I don't think Tom is gonna, on his own, go out and stand up for Kanye.
You're just willfully being dense at this point. Like, all the... Go ahead.
That's the agency's tactic. They said that the most mileage they ever got out of any tactic he did was calling people crazy.
Kanye went to the same college I went to. One of his first albums was called College Dropout. It's because he didn't finish Columbia College. He left after 2 years or something. Became very successful. Did he take the deal? Like the deal? Probably. But it also has come to light that he was being handled. He went out and called all his handlers, his nutritionist, all these people giving him all these drugs to keep him sedated. Like, Kanye West has talked about all this stuff. And then he starts talking about the Middle East, and then everybody wants to cancel him. Funny how that is. I'm not advocating for Kanye West here. I'm just saying, like, at some point he was a real person. And probably going through the music industry, they probably fucking killed him. That's not him that we're seeing on the screen. Kanye West. Like, any appearances he's been making since, like, the past 10 years, it's probably not him. And that's just me on a whim here saying that. But it's funny how, like, no pushback from Tom when talking about Kanye, right? Because they're like, oh yeah, they're trying to frame him as an egomaniac, and Tom's like, yeah, that's what they're doing to me, yeah.
The target's crazy. To dissuade the public from agreeing with them or standing on their side. To isolate and alienate. So you know what I'm talking about. But again, egomaniac. I guess that's to put you away. Somehow to put you away as a danger to society.
He's been locked up. Before TikTok was bought by Israel, which was just finalized the other day, or actually, it might have fucking been today. Before that deal was finalized, I was posting on TikTok, and this fucker, he shared on one of the interviews his photo of when he was actually arrested and brought to the mental asylum. Him standing there in like the mental asylum uniform. That TikTok reel that I made of that, like I made a short clip of it, it got banned on TikTok before this TikTok takeover. Because it was like showing like sensitive information or whatever. No, this dude showed this on live interview with me on my channel. But he did get put in a mental institution for a time. And the same thing with Penny L.A. Shepherd. Although she may have just checked herself in. When she was doing a world a favor. I wish she would have just fucking stayed there. Not caused Susie all the trouble that she got pulled into with that. But that Penny lady and him are best buddies, and they both were in mental institutions in the past. Okay? So there's all that too. You have to keep this in mind. I was believing what he was saying for a time, that he was wrongfully accused and put in there against his own volition, whatever. He was probably doing some crazy shit that made him end up there. Probably ranting and raving about the Matrix. He wanted to go out and celebrate with me like a weekend of me being there. I was there for about 2 weeks. A weekend, he's like, oh yeah, after he bitched at me about not having done any work, which was also a lie. He was lying while I was there. He was always a fucking habitual liar. He said we weren't getting any work done, but then like a few days later, he turned around and was like, we need to go celebrate the work that we've accomplished, and let's go have a dinner at Texas Roadhouse. You know what this motherfucker did? We were not even in the lobby of Texas Roadhouse for several minutes. And he gets the attention of the hostess. You know what the first thing he tells her? He takes out his phone and does the thing with the clock. And he's like, you know, I wrote the Matrix. You see the clock? See the clock? I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we're just here to eat dinner. You don't fucking do this shit. He has no concept of, like, social boundaries, interact. You don't just dump this on people. But that's what he did. And Penny does the same thing. Oh, you know, I'm the real 11 from Stranger Things. I have no... At least Penny says she has no fucking proof. This guy, on the other fucking hand, he has all these props of the script and everything, but he never opens the script and reads in, like, entirety a certain scene. Like, he doesn't just sit down and read it. He'll flash a few pages here and there. That's about all you'll get from this guy. Unless he does decide to do the dumbest fucking thing in the world and release it, because then it'll go against everything he's fucking saying here. Because the script does not match up with the Matrix. And that Zenray comment about putting it through AI, I think that'd be a really fucking good idea. But the thing is with that, I think you have to like hand type everything, so that would take a long fucking time. But I think there should be a way to get that done to confirm this. What are the real connections between Immortals and the Matrix? Probably not many. And these are like broad concepts that he's trying to claim here, by the way. Cryopod. How many Cryopod movies have you seen? There's plenty of them. And if we go back enough, Ghost in the Shell was a manga before it was ever an animated movie. And that came out in the late 80s. Well before this motherfucker was even saying that he was writing an Immortal script. Here it is, Bonaventura. No. Ghost in the Shell came out in the mid to late 80s. Like, it was being written in the mid 80s. Like, 85 it was being written probably. Greenlit, written, drafted. These things take years to develop. And so Ghost in the Shell gets released as a manga in like 86 or 87. Before this motherfucker did anything with this script. Okay. So for him to go around and say, oh, no, I'm not going to watch Ghost in the Shell because that's what Joel Silver said to do. And that's what the Wachowskis did, was watch Ghost in the Shell before they made The Matrix. Yeah, it's called inspiration from art. Everything's borrowed. Everything. There's only like, what was it, like 7 to 10 different stories that just get retold over and over. You could put different skins on it. You could change the character names. You could put it in different settings. It all leads down the same path. Dumbledore, Gandalf, both wizards, both key players in these stories. Obi-Wan Kenobi. These are all the same fucking characters. Okay? If you really want to break it down to the raw material, all of this is the same story over and over again, just dressed up differently. And that's humanity's, like, storytelling. A lot of this was verbal. Think about the original ancestors of ours sharing stories. They changed over time. They didn't write them down right away. It was all verbal. There was probably some fucker like this guy, Tom Althouse, back then, say like, oh, you stole my verbal story. No, it's the ancestral story and we're retelling it now, motherfucker. That's all. But he wants to overcomplicate things and say like, oh no, it was all a con job and a theft from Hollywood and Warner Brothers and the execs. And they gave these no talent directors screenplays to steal. You know what, man? A lot of that's probably fucking true, but not that they fucking stole his fucking script, okay? It can be 120 pages, it could be 240 pages, I don't fucking care. If there's no connective tissue, you can't fucking claim that they stole it from you. Plain and simple.
Or is it this? I want people's thoughts on this. Is it so that they would legitimize the taking of the work in the end? That if they take intellectual property away from those who actually are the original authors, and they call us something dangerous and bad?
Just think about all of like the cover up and like the work involved just to pull off a heist of this magnitude. It's very hard to conceptual, like to put in your like mind's eye and like imagine how this all would have gone down. How many like phone calls back and forth would have to have been made? Now, like, I'm under the impression that yes, Hollywood does steal scripts that are submitted, and then like they're never like responded to. They're like, oh, this is a good one. Look at that. Rip this page out. Yeah, cool. Yeah, let's develop an idea based off of this concept. I totally am on board with that actually happening in Hollywood. But not to the fucking extent that this fucker's saying. Not to the extent, I'm sorry to say.
Like Hitler-like, then I guess they're going to say that they were justified.
Oh yeah, and he had like Hitler and Jesus in the Immortals too. So why did Warner Brothers take Hitler out? If they want to make Hitler such a bad guy in the movies, why didn't they just throw Hitler into the Matrix, huh? Tell me that. I'm sure they would have like oozed over that idea.
Those who actually are the original authors, and they call us something dangerous and bad, like Hitler-like, then I guess they're going to say that they were justified at the very least for taking the work away from us.
I mean, they did the same thing to Tesla, to Nikola Tesla, and so this pattern is just old as time itself at this point.
Yeah, didn't Trump's grandfather or father or uncle, one of the was someone up a generation in Trump's lineage, is the one that got Tesla's papers, according to the internet, right? I haven't personally seeked out all that information, if like that's like valid or not, but that's the story going around, is that Tesla's papers, once he passed away, they were collected by the Trump family. Okay, so there's that. That's actually that's more legitimate than whatever this fucker's saying.
Anything to Tesla to Nikola Tesla. And so if this pattern is as old as time itself at this point. And man, I don't know how people go for this. Like, I don't know how you can see this. Matter of fact, this is a question I asked on my social media that got a lot of traction, is where's everyone's discernment and where's everyone's pattern recognition? You see this happen over and over and over and over.
Sir, I believe in your discernment. This guy up in the top left, I believe in your discernment, dude. And I think over time, you will realize what a grift this guy is actually pushing on you. His donate button goes to a 403 page. This guy's a fucking grifter. Okay? Maybe he got 200 from that. From one of the other hosts that made it for him.
We've seen this happen to Britney Spears. We've seen this recently happen to Aaron Carter. We see this happen to Kanye West. We see this happen to people who decide they want to be the truth tellers or tell their side of the story.
Britney Spears is actually a good topic to talk about. Another YouTuber I follow, Bruce McGuire, did a really good, over 2-hour deep dive on the whole topic of Britney Spears. She went on talk shows and talked about seeing lizard people. So Britney Spears is definitely something I'd like to look into. That whole thing, that's part of the music business too. And really, I haven't done a deep dive on the music industry. Maybe I should. Talk about Britney Spears, Kanye West, Prince, just George Michael, and we'll fucking prove that, like, George Michael barely fucking knew who Tom was, probably. And, shit, there's Elvis, you can talk, there's a whole bunch of different theories about Elvis being, he didn't die, like, he's still alive today, apparently. There's a bunch of different stuff in the music industry that's really messed up. And I feel bad for Britney, because of her father ended up basically using her as a slave, right? Maybe that's what that this is me conjecturing. Maybe this is Britney's message she was putting in that song, "Slave." I'm a slave for you. Maybe that's like she's slaving away for her father to make him money with her voice, because that's what was happening with that. I don't know. And then he got, I think this guy just said Aaron Carter. Aaron Carter's dead now, isn't he? Like, some weird shit happened with Aaron Carter. And then, who's that other one? The one that was with Diddy. Because he got Puff Daddy too, that's in the music industry. That's a whole different fucking thing. Justin Bieber, that's right. Okay. But yeah, anyways, let's continue on.
Even if the other company or corporation has something to gain from it, they want to make sure to suppress whoever has the truth. Because ideas get stolen all the time. Especially the bigger the idea, the more the creator gets buried underneath.
Which is what Tom is relying on you to remember, and then he binds his story to that general understanding that, yes, ideas are stolen. Yes. And that's what he latches at. That's like how he leads this whole thing. Then he says, yeah, my idea was stolen. But see, I have actual fucking proof that my finished film that I did in college had a shot-by-shot ripoff on Breaking Bad in the finale. And while we were filming my short film, The Man, that ended up like while I was on set, people were talking about, oh yeah, the script. When I read it, it reminded, because it's like a 10-minute short film, right? They're like, oh, this script reminded me of Breaking Bad. And I'm like, I've been hearing that a lot, but honestly, I haven't watched it. And this was like when it was just starting its 4th season, I believe. So I hadn't watched Breaking Bad when I wrote The Man, but everybody was saying how much it compared to Breaking Bad. And then not even a year and a half later, that same shot I used as an ending shot in my short film ended up in the finale of Breaking Bad of Walter looking through a window at his son, and he couldn't get to him. The situation of the characters was there. The shot was duplicated. That's actual ripping off of other people's intellectual property. This guy has it so spastic and spaced out, you're never going to get a solid answer from him because he's jumping from one topic to another, and you'll never get a fucking solid answer. Anyways, let's continue.
You know how many people, so now when you search up Tesla, you're going to see a car instead of seeing Nikola Tesla sitting in the middle of any type of energy project. You're not going to learn about 369. You're not going to learn about frequency. You're not going to learn about any of these things when you search up Tesla. When you search up Tesla, you're going to see a car. And you're going to see Elon Musk. So these are ways that they bury history.
Yep.
But
yeah, that thing is a thing that does happen. Using similar names or exact names to bury other entities that actually had good material to look into.
Consider a traitor for pointing out Elon Musk, but Elon Musk has our tech. Like, what I want to point out too is that
history.
Hold on.
Yep. And I'm considered a traitor for pointing out Elon Musk, but Elon Musk has our tech. Like, what I want to point out too is that, what do you think of?
He has our tech. Do you know how big of a claim that is from this guy? He's saying that he made up some sci-fi concept that then Elon Musk went and patented and turned into Neuralink. I don't know. I'm not buying it.
With Jack's the back of the neck. When someone says Jack's the back of the neck, don't many people think of the Matrix? Jack's the back of the neck with the
No. People think of Ghost in the Shell. And I'm going to make that a thing, too.
Matrix? Mm-hmm. That's where it comes from, right? When was Matrix done? 1999? When does Elon Musk claim Neuralink with Jack's back of the neck? 2017? I'm not mistaken?
I think so.
You are mistaken, Tom. Because Neuralink was not being developed just in 2017. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and who groomed him to claim it? Warner Brothers? Let me point out. Iron Man 2. Warner Brothers did Iron Man 2 in 2011, I believe it.
Yeah. So Tom loves to mention that Elon Musk had a cameo in Iron Man 2. He loves talking about it. He says that's the connective tissue to Warner Brothers giving Elon the Neuralink idea, right? So it's just a bunch of bullshit. Elon Musk made a cameo. Not much to look into it. He got a payday out of it. It makes a lot of sense to me. That's what it was really about. Just got paid to make an appearance as a tech giant in a movie about tech.
Check me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but 2011 around the thereabouts, and they have Elon Musk in a cameo in Iron Man 2. That's Warner Brothers introducing him as their candidate to take the credit of the tech from the script. And here's what's amazing. The Wachowskis said after they were given rights to take my work, that Warner Brothers okay to take my work as in-house claimants, they announced they wanted to do Jackson Neck for real. In 1995, now get this. They jumped the gun, they got greedy, and Warner Brothers said, no, you don't get to claim the tech, we decide who gets it. They were grooming Elon Musk to claim it. Follow the trail here too, because what they did with Crosby's were slam back on that. Never again did they said, we want Jackson Neck for real. They wanted credit not only for the story they were stealing to Warner Brothers, they also wanted to get credit for the tech. They were greedy. So what happens is Warner Brothers instead grooms Elon Musk on their own program, Iron Man 2, in a cameo. Then they have him appear on Sheldon. Look this up, the episode where Elon Musk is on Sheldon. And what's he doing? Next comes the shaming, like Will Smith went through, the shaming, right? What they do is they have Elon Musk playing himself on young Sheldon, the genius, where he's stealing his work from his notebook for his rocket platform program. And then CNN, owned by Warner Bros., calls in the segment, and he shoves the notebook into the drawer. They show Elon Musk stealing tech on their own program owned by Warner Brothers. After they groomed him in 2011 Iron Man, they then shame him, and then they give him the work after that, right? So what you have is this...
He can't prove that's what happened, though. That timeline of events, he's shown no proof of that. It's conjecture on his end.
Process where Warner Bros. Still can claim the tech, which they're greedy about, and the story, but they decide who gets the control of it. Now, Sophia Stewart wants control of the story, but they're not going to give it to her. What they did was they allowed her to appear like she was legitimized. But that way she's happy. But the payoff, the $5 to $7 million she was promised, will be given after she's done the job. Not back when she had her suit in 2005.
So if like someone builds a Terminator, is like James Cameron going to go after him? It's a legitimate question, by the way. Like what the fuck are we talking about here?
But it'd be given later. And she called me on the phone and said, I want you to see me get my millions. I got the letter. I got the letter.
If someone builds a time machine, is Robert Zemeckis going to go after them? Or are we going to have to go to H.G. Wells and their family to file original copyright for time travel? How far back do you have to fucking go with this? This is why I say these concepts are borrowed time and time again. And yes, there's theft that happens in Hollywood. But not to the extent that this motherfucker's trying to say.
I got the letter. She was doing a sing-song voice, like Playground voice. I got the letter. It's on tape. So she was saying this in a sing-song voice.
Yeah, she was trying to drive you fucking nuts, Tom. Sophia Stewart just wanted you to get pushed over the edge, and he ended up getting pushed over the edge. He ended up in a mental asylum. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
I got the letter about getting $5 to $7 million from Warner Bros. It's not about a claim of her work matching up to the Terminator Matrix. It was about she had my evidence of a letter, which would mean that she could bring me down and get her $5 to $7 million. Nothing to do with her story. It's amazing. When you line it up, it lines up well. But
and then he's begging in court for like 30 grand at the end of all this. Because he just wants to go his separate ways, he says. He wants to go forget about this and move on with his life. What the fuck's he doing here? This is now 12 years after him saying he wants to move on with his life. He obviously hasn't.
Elon Musk is right by the president in position to mislead us as our savior. He's not our savior. I'm considered a traitor for bringing it forward. It's not his fault. He's got blood money. He bought his way in. He showed up at an event and walked into it and shelled out money, and now he's got position. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
Tom, let me add this.
Yeah.
I really think the strongest weapon the system has is neutralizing critical thinking. If you look the way the political parties are designed, subliminal messaging, even if you look at Fauci during his messaging, it was completely conflicting messaging over and over and over. So to accept the mainstream message.
Interesting he brings up Fauci. I wonder what that motherfucker's up to right now. You don't hear about him.
One must literally completely get rid of critical thinking because it becomes a real conflict internally. So to take the bait means you completely eliminate critical thinking from absorbing the messaging.
You just answered the question I was posing for us all with why egomaniac. Just answer it. Because if Sophia Stewart and I were to appear in an interview together, I'm tested gifted genius. She's not. How do we appear side by side on camera? You know, I can articulate.
I'm a tested, gifted genius. He's just oozing with ego. Because he's a narcissist.
But the FBI and the agency say all I do is mumble. The reason they're going to say egomaniac is to try to diminish the genius. They're going to try to...
That's ego right there. A real genius would say, you know, I know a lot, but I don't know everything. There's a lot that I am aware of in the world, but there's a lot that I yet have to learn. That's what a true genius would say. That's what I say. It's not something I have to parade around. Yeah, here, oh, I got an ego now. No, I have my stupid and dumb moments too, just like everybody else. Okay? I fall asleep, I don't hear my alarm, I forget shit, I don't take vitamins every day, I forget that. I'm a pretty forgetful person, just like everybody else is. But I remember a lot. And if he thinks I'm... he has no fucking idea. I remember everything this fucker's done. Like, I remember the bad shit because that is, like, more impactful. Like, the negative shit sticks with you longer. And this guy really fucking did the wrong move here. I'm telling you that much.
Set down your IQ and your aptitudes by calling him an egomaniac. Oh, he seems smart because he's an egomaniac. I'm seeing the bridge where they had to build that bridge. Now I'm starting to get it. Where if they call you an egomaniac, then if you show genius tendencies or affluent in your speech, as you both are, then they can counter that by saying that's just ego talking.
Yes, and we've seen...
But it is, Tom. Tom, you have such a big ego, you have to go on all of these different channels and talk about how smart you are and how stupid everyone else is. That's narcissism.
Seen it, like, for when it comes to my generation and when it comes to like my community, we see that exact same thing with Kanye West. Like, that's everything you're describing in that is from my era. That's what we're seeing that being done with Kanye West.
Oh, don't show Roseanne this. Tom is agreeing with this dude about Kanye. Isn't Kanye a Jew hater, apparently? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Don't show this to Roseanne, by all means. Roseanne would never have him on the show again.
And now that we're seeing the proof in the pudding of what he's saying, he changed the way the actual shoe is. The design of a shoe and the ergonomics of a shoe, he changed that. He said, that's what he said. He said, I want to be the guy that created the sidewalk. And he said, they said, why do you want to be the guy that created the sidewalk? They said, because nobody knows who he is. It's just something that's a part of our life. And now what he did is he changed the way shoes are designed forever. So now that you see new type of shoes, you see any type of slippers, there are all some type of version of his Yeezy design. And then Adidas tried to take it and he exposed him. And then that's when they start saying, oh, he's anti-Semitic, he's this, he's that, and all this, because he exposed him. He exposed him with the paperwork. He had the paperwork, he had the videos, he had everything. And then they basically told him, well, listen, we get to keep all your ideas.
So Tom says he's smart, but he's not smart enough to see all the red flags of Roseanne Barr calling herself a Zionist and Tom agreeing. Like, Tom just wants to be accepted by anybody and everybody. Doesn't fucking matter if they're going to fucking bring him down. Doesn't matter if they're willing to help him all the way through. He'll cut him off when the time's convenient. But him sitting here accepting all this after being on Roseanne Barr's show, which is very pro-Jewish and pro-Israel, pro-Zionism, he agreed with her, and then he's sitting here nodding his fucking head about Kanye West with this guy. So again, who's the fucking liar?
But you get to keep your company name and we're gonna do it again. But just like any other genius can come up with new work, and that transitions into my next question of what are the next current projects you're working on, and what audiences do we look forward to actually reaching now in the future?
Wrong question, dude. You're gonna end up being de-hosted now.
Well, now and in the future.
What a great question. Well, one of the things you can see how the agencies are concerned about what our projects are going to be, which will lead into what our projects are going to be, is they will have contacts contact you and try to
That's all I'm hearing from this guy.
shut you down from the idea of doing those projects. Sophia Stewart called me when my website was struck, when the head of this woman at Warner Brothers resigned the same day, when Sarah Westall and Zach from Z.
When so-and-so, and this year and that year at this place and what else. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my lifetime gal. On and on it goes, man. On and on. He just talks in like one run-on sentence. Did you get all that? That's all, folks.
Whatever it was. Their websites were struck when they had interviews me on. And Sophia calls me and says, do you know who this is? I said, you sound familiar. And she says, you can't get your website's down now.
We are watching this at 1.5 speed, but it just accentuates just the fucking run-on thoughts that he's just running with. Like, he's just no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Tom Althouse, right? All right. I was going to make a joke there. I probably shouldn't, right? Yeah, see, I have some morals. I'm not going to make some sadistic jokes. All right, let's keep
Your
going.
interviews are being struck. I said, okay, right? And she said that basically, and she goes, you can't make your film because they'll put an injunction on you. I said, well, if they do, that means that there's similarities for that injunction, and that means we win our case. So if they do put an injunction, we win. If they don't, we win because we'll put it forward.
All ifs. This never is going to fucking happen because it's been it's been 4 years since I originally contacted him, and he hasn't gotten a fucking thing done legislatively. Not going to court. Not getting attorneys, not getting the proper people around him to make a movie. He's cutting them all off. They get so far, and then imagine all of these other creators that tried to help this dude that he's cut off. All the time they spent on this motherfucker trying to vouch for him, just for him to let them go. And on it goes. Chantel from Aquarius Rising Africa YouTube channel. Emma from the Imagination Podcast YouTube channel. Red Pill 78 YouTube channel. There's another one. I think there's so many. There's so fucking many. And I'm one of them. I'm one of those that he just cuts off. I'm a statistic on his map at this point. But he has no fucking idea how much people are still watching my shows. I had some comments on episode 16, the last one I did in September. The re-upload, I had somebody go on there and leave a comment being like, thank you for uploading this. I had no idea. Yeah, like, this is the stuff he doesn't want getting out. Because it ruins his image. But he did this to himself. Like, he's just willy-nilly. Just doing whatever.
Uncovered. And then she said, you lost your case, prejudice. You can't do it. It said it was all fraud. And with PTSD that I've gone through too, there's no statutes. So we can bring it forward. Once the public is educated, the court of public opinion in our favor, we can bring it.
We're only 37 minutes through. We've been on for 2 hours. Oh my God. This is what happens when I commentary on everything. But I'm trying to fill in the gaps here. Like, I'm addressing everything these fuckers are saying. I'm making sure that the record is straight.
This forward. And we have also the new projects they've done are actionable. So we can't. It's the first time I heard her stop talking, where she didn't know what to say and mock. And so she didn't even get to the point of mocking me that time. That's my son's. And it just ended the call. I said, well, thanks so much for calling. But what that leads into is what our projects are going to be is actually making the film as it is. I think people deserve to have the experience of what it really was to open the door to other people's creativity.
He's never going to get this film made. This is something I was saying before. He said that, oh, I can direct the Immortals for him. He said this to me. He said, Steve, I want you to direct the film, The Immortals. Right? So just think about this for a minute. Let's say I greenlight this thing. We get the money come in to go and make this movie. I hire all the cast, all the crew. I have Tom on set, right? Because he's the writer and creator of the Immortals, right? One hair that's on the floor, something that's just anything. He's a fucking narcissist. One little thing goes wrong, he'll shut the whole goddamn production down for the day. Or altogether. He'll just put a full-on stoppage to making the film. He's never gonna get it fucking made. A well-oiled machine in the film industry, especially on the independent circuit, you need to have consistency. You can't have these motherfuckers being like, oh, I don't feel good today and I'm the writer of it. No. You're irrelevant in this equation now. When it's in production, you have no fucking reason to be on set telling people what to do. You could be there for, what's the word? Damn it. Like, if I needed to get, like, clarification on something in the script, that's what the script writer's there for the director and the script writer to converse if there's any issues in the script. But then you also have oh my God, like, there's so many people involved in a film production that this one motherfucker would ruin the whole fucking day. He'd shut the whole fucking thing down because something's not right. It's not perfect. He'll just make sure that it's a failure. And then he'll say that it's my fault. He'll say it's the whole fucking film crew's fault. He'll blame one of the actors. He'll say somebody looked at him wrong. He'll make anything up to make sure the thing never gets fucking made. And then he'll go around and do his circuits on all of these host channels and say, oh, they were all in on it. They were all doing this to me. No, this guy's a perpetual victim. He's stuck at the end of Act 2. He will never get to Act 3 of his personal life story of trying to get redemption for his fucking script. Full stop.
Being aired. If I have the influence and credit restored, I have the power to help others restore their work. And that's what they're concerned about. They know with compassion we will do that.
It's all bullshit. He has no compassion.
We will serve to try to see if others have been wronged can be helped, because it comes down to that ability to facilitate that.
No.
That's about.
He knew I was also wronged with the Breaking Bad shot. And look, he dropped me because of a 5-minute window. I'm here sitting here waiting for this motherfucker. And he never got the Zoom link. So I sent it to him, and he didn't like that I didn't title it saying, Dear Tom. Sincerely, Steven. Like, because I just sent him the link from my email, like, because we're 5 minutes behind on starting the show because I'm fucking waiting for him. He thinks that, I no-showed him. And meanwhile, my phone's behind the fucking screen here on vibrate. How the fuck am I supposed to know he's texting me? Gives me a 10-minute window, 5 minutes before the show. Oh, I'm ready. I didn't see the text because it's back there saying ready for the link. Like, dude, I fucking sent it like early in the morning, like at 7 a.m., like 4 hours before the show started. So that's what he says is the reason why he stopped interviewing with me, is because of this 5-minute window. It was 11:05, and he's like, oh, you left me hanging. I'm going off to do other things. Meanwhile, the first interview he did with me, he made me wait over a fucking hour.
Also, so they've estimated, Warner Bros. Estimated I'm worth $2.1 billion right now, and so I could use that money for a lot of it.
Fucking hilarious. $2.1 billion? He thinks he's worth $2.1 billion. Who's hearing this? Anybody in Hollywood? Anyone hearing this? He's trash talk everybody under the fucking sun. But he's the perfect one here. The guy that ended up in a mental institution and walked out of his own deposition for his own case with this script.
If I get my work due back,
you're not getting it. I'll tell you right now, Tom, you're not getting anything from this because you're a fucking fraud. Okay?
Also, the documentary is coming forward in a very precise way. That includes inserted material.
No! He's always saying the documentary's coming. Then he cuts the people off working on it. Prime example, me. He had me go to his house to film his documentary. He said he didn't want to do one anymore. He's still going on shows saying the documentary. Just shut the fuck up already.
What Sophia lost it on me was he actually had me do interviews with her at first when she was handling it. And then she got that, in 2009 on, she was supposed to.
Where are the interviews? Why doesn't he have them? Why doesn't he show clips of it? Answer me that.
And the according to Kate Chilton, and the $5 to $7 million offer. I didn't know at the time. I didn't see the letter at the time. The offer was made, but while she was handling me, she started doing interviews with me. But she cut it abruptly when we were doing one of the BBC correspondent on England. And it was like a 4 a.m. call for me from Maui. And I was on the phone with Sophia. And it was brought forward that an insider from Warner Bros. Contacted me, and here's the bomb. He contacted me and said that your personal information was inserted in the matrix. Your personal information was stacked in the matrix. When Sophia Stewart heard this, she went ballistic. She ended the interview abruptly because the correspondent says, I want to see this, I want to know more about what Tom's talking about. She first tried to talk it down by ignoring it, and then she cut the program off. And she then raged at me that I was on the inside somehow, that I was cahoots, because I was not supposed to get credit for Matrix 1. Right? And this is a shot, basically, it's green, I know it's very hard to read, but I will send you a copy cleaned up. But it was like this in the film, upside down for a split second. It's in the interrogation scene. And what's on this sheet is amazing. This is pointed out by the inside of the story department, and that means someone was betraying Sophia Stewart from inside Warner Bros. Wow. And on it is, Neo's name is what? Thomas A. Thomas A. Anderson is my Scottish crime name. So Thomas A. Anderson. That March 11th under it, where it says date of birth for Neo, that's my fiance.
My understanding with the first Matrix film is that the name Thomas A. Anderson was given to Neo because it's one of the most generic names that you could have. That's why Agent Smith is called Smith. His first name, if he had one, would probably be John. John Smith and Thomas Anderson. And he said about that's his birthday and shit. Like, he said his birthday was different on his ID, and then he got it changed. Like, how do you mess up your fucking birthday on an ID? And why change it? If it's wrong, then okay. But shit just doesn't add up here. I'm sorry.
His birthday, Otika Ball was born March 11th, who was at the pitch session with Ron Ventura with me when we brought this forward for him to have. Next name, Michelle McGahey, is listed as Neo's mom under his rap sheet interrogation scene. Michelle McGahey is the art director who helped with us here. John Anderson, John A, father's name. My dad's name is John A.
Art director. Single, yes. So they're using the crew names. They do this so often in movies. They put the crew names into the movie. No, I don't have anything to reference right now, but I'm a filmmaker. I've seen this happen plenty of times. You put the crew name into the movie at some point. That's like an Easter egg, okay?
Central West Junior High. Central West is my high school. Owen Patterson High under that on this.
Again, Central West. You know how many fucking Central West schools are in this nation? Probably hundreds, if not thousands. But I'd go and say hundreds. There's hundreds of Central High. I'm sure if you look it up right now, type out Central High School. It'll give you a list of like at least 50 different high schools.
Rap sheet in the Matrix. You can find it any DVD, any old VHS. You can find this there. You go to interrogation. You can't get rid of it. This incensed Sophia Stewart. This is in here because there goes her playing in Matrix 1. Owen Patterson High. Owen Patterson is the production manager along with Sean Bay, the art director. They put the stuff here.
Again, the second name of a crew member. It's not as deep as you say it is, Tom. I'm sorry.
Now, in the column, you'll see, and see that July 22nd at the top?
Yes.
July 22nd was alluding to my birthday. The agency changed my records, erased my social security entry, and made my birthday July 22nd from 1996 to 99. So I found this out by USAA Insurance, the government insurance that handles veterans and stuff. They're the ones that pointed out the records are showing your birthday is July 22nd. The Wachowskis knew my birthday was altered in records and put it in this record, the rap sheet. Now look at the column
Veterans. Is he claiming to be a veteran now?
here. See the bold letters going backwards?
Yes.
The number? TA 4099, right? Big bold. Wachowskis put this here. TA, Tom Althouse, was 40 years old in 1999. And then the 380 numerology. 380 means to give up your, if I understand correctly, the Wachowskis claim they were into numerology. Well, 380 and numerology attached to my name, birthday, and the date, which makes it sort of a ritual thing. 380 means that they will take your most treasured worldly possessions to help you prepare for your death. So you have from here a chilling account in the rap sheet, the first graphic they ever made, my high school, my birthday, my fiance's birthday, my dad's name, my marital status.
He is playing a very dangerous game here, trying to insert himself into this numerology. You know, one of the things that I really had a hard time dealing or like accepting when he was spewing this bullshit is the Animatrix Mopar sign. Okay, Mopar is a type of racing. I don't know why the hell he's saying par is for park, and then the other way is Tom without the T, and the T is like somehow in the middle of the. Just shut the fuck up, Tom. You're stretching. There's too much stretching going on here.
My name is the character, and a chilling tag in great bold. Tom Althouse, 40 years old in 1999, will die.
Or Tom Anderson.
Possessions of his intellectual property and his son's lives. Never let him enter heaven. It's a joke. We're doing you a favor by taking your intellectual property. Enter numerology.
Standard procedure.
Look how far they went. What was the punishment for stacking the original author's information and getting by the story department? There's a story department, and they talk. There's Susanna Bolgen is their graphic designer. She did an article we have where she talks about anything in for a second is for the director's eyes only to keep the project interesting. Let this sink in. So what you have is, look at this, guys. All this information stuck in the first graphic. They put all this stuff in the Matrix, and it's not supposed to be seen. It's not in just for a split second. It's in for a split second upside down. So that's there, mocking the author when they're not supposed to, and got by the clearance department because Susanna Bolgen, the graphic designer, says in the article, if they stack the entries, stack a bunch of entries, you can get by the clearance department and make your joke stick. They stacked them, didn't they? Incessantly. And so it went by, it's in, it can't be denied. What was the punishment for the Wachowskis for sticking that stuff in? They had to look like women.
Oh yeah, that threw me for a loop because when I looked at.
Okay, so just to separate a lot of this from Tom, I do believe that something happened with Keanu Reeves and his girlfriend that was like pregnant with his kid or something. She had the same thing that happened with Anne Hesh, which I did talk with Tom on my interviews I did with him. But the whole idea of and this also happened with Paul Walker too, right? Like the car went out of control and crashed into something. Like all that stuff, like that's disconnected from Tom here. Okay, I do believe that the Wachowskis made some sort of deal when they had to go ahead, and that was part of their deal was having to dress up as women. Okay, they're playing dress up. They even say so. Like, it's... Oh... let's just keep.
When I finally got old enough to look it up in 1999, I was only 9 years old. So when I finally got to look things up and start understanding the true meaning of these type of movies, and then when I looked them up, I said, "Oh, 2 women made it." And then I said, "Oh my God, they were men at first." I'm like, "Okay, what went wrong? What happened from here to here?" But like, that threw me for a loop as I got older to find out that.
Here's another one.
And his brothers, like, how did 2 men at the same time just think, "Hey, we're both dumb women, bro"?
He's a young dude. I wonder when he actually watched The Matrix. That's crazy.
Like, I don't.
Yeah, here's a bizarre one too that I agree with you. Here's a bizarre one. On set, so that nobody would ever see this on set. Because this was by Fight This was on set along with that visual storyboard, where they said because they're not smart, Wachowski's failed at everything. Their painting career, their schooling, everything. So their idea was to create a visual storyboard with every image they thought was cool. Lifting all the images, train station, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Jackson, Echo, train station, Rubber Black Agents. Lift it all, put it in a visual storyboard, make it up as you go along. That's what they did. There was no script, and we have Warner Bros. Attorneys on tape saying it's a mute point to ask for any discovery because there's no working drafts. As the fight choreographer said, Brian said, this was on set. They made it as went along. They wrote the script after they shot it, making it up. Isn't that amazing? So the script you'll see.
Where's this fight choreographer, and why hasn't he ever appeared on any of these shows with Tom? This fight choreographer, Brian. Like, is he dead now? Why isn't he associating with Tom? He should be front line and center. Like, that would be the connective tissue Tom would need, and he doesn't fucking have them. George Michael's dead. He says that's the connective tissue also. George Michael can't speak for himself. He's dead. Or supposedly dead, right? Where's this Brian, the fight choreographer? Why isn't he on record saying any of this shit? Why didn't he go to the deposition with him? Why didn't he go to the court case in general? All right, we got a half hour left. I need to take a quick break because it's been almost 3 hours. So I actually was told by Zenray to check out some research that he did. He sent me something to share here on the show. Big stuff. We're going to look into it. So the claims of Tom's dead sons, right? And this is just surface stuff from what the internet can scrape out. But we'll do that after all of this, because we got to finish this video up here. Give me one moment here. Whoops, sorry about that. I'm just checking how the Rumble stream's doing. Just give me a second. No. Okay. Stream health is good on all of these. Alright, let's get back into this. So we have this video to watch to finish, and then we're going to see what the internet search results are for Tom's deceased sons, okay? Oh, boy. We're digging into this big time.
For The Matrix is written after they shot it. No corrections, no lineouts, no ads. It was all done and then written down. Wow. And that's what's amazing is this. What films in history have a 20-foot rule? I'll look it up, the 20-foot rule. On The Matrix, there's a 20-foot rule. You're not...
I really wish the Matrix forum... There was a forum that I was a part of when Matrix 2 and 3 were being filmed. So, like, 2002... I was on this forum called thelastfreecity.net, and it's like referencing Zion and the Matrix films, okay? But this internet forum had so much information on it, and it's just all wiped out. I don't think even that the Wayback Machine or Internet Archive has all the threads and everything that were on there. But on that message board is when this, however X many foot rule was. I don't think it was 20. It just keeps getting bigger with him for some reason. I don't know what it is. I think, like, I can recall it being at least a good distance of 8 to 10 feet. I don't think it's 20 feet, because how can you have, like, 20 feet removed from everybody? Like, nobody can see the shit. I think there was a different footage, and he's just making it more grandiose than it actually is. But that is the only time I've heard of directors not wanting anybody around them like that. I'm sure there's other eccentric directors that have done similar things, but that's one that stuck out to me that actually had me on board with whatever this fucking guy was saying, okay? Because there were the connective tissue was kind of there. The claims were all out there, and he's just trying to encompass that. He's making it all about him, right? While he's saying he's not doing so.
Allowed within 20 feet of the screenplay, so you can't see.
Wow. So that goes into my next question: is what are the valuable lessons that you have learned throughout your career arcs through the legal battles?
That all people have value. That our system has been hijacked. Our timeline's been hijacked. There's a nefarious, horrible agenda to divide us, have us take each other out.
See, there's truth in some of the stuff that he's saying, but he's taking already. You're stealing concepts, Tom. You're stealing concepts so that other people have come up with. You want to take this route? That's where you go down. Every idea you've ever had was an idea of somebody else's. How about that? I don't know. I don't know what to fucking say about that. All right, let's continue.
All of us, to turn us on each other, using anything they can. Faith, creed, education, ethnicity.
Ethnicity. Genius Tom Althouse.
Take each other out. All of us, to turn us on each other, using anything they can. Faith, creed, education, ethnicity, values, economic stations.
Ethnicity, like serendipity. He meant to say ethnicity. He says, shit, dude.
Anything to divide us, national boundaries. Who we support as a rock star. Anything to divide us, they will turn on each other, we can do the job for them. And in the end, there'll be a final solution. And that's what the X represents. The final solution. Which means a sustainable planet, which Gates and the UN talk about.
He's really grasping, isn't he? Like, these concepts of, like, manipulated timeline and all that, like, I'm on board with those concepts, but those are not his concepts. So he's using things that are, like, they've been validated by many other people, and he's comfortable talking about it. But, like, this here is him stretching shit.
Where you get rid of a population that's considered undesirable. That is still in the works, and we gotta stop it. One of the biggest instruments to do that is the Neuralink. The Neuralink will enslave every man, woman, and child because they'll have access to every one of our thoughts linked. And what will happen is the FBI often uses in the CIA agents posing as thugs. They'll pose as homeless, and what would happen is you and your wife are walking along, your girlfriend, your lover, you'll walk along the street, say in Albany, and an agent will come up posing as a homeless person, a couple. They will cut out your Neuralink. They'll have everything from your intellectual property, your ideas, anything to convict you on using your own thoughts. They can take gray areas. They can also have your intimate moments for their entertainment, as a pedophile industry would like to do, and the agents that are pedophiles in the industry. They will have everything there. Even your basic
they actually put this type of technology into a video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 2077, and basically what it's called like your deck.
Oh, you see that face Tom made? Holy shit! Hey Tom, you know that Keanu Reeves is in Cyberpunk 2077? You know that shit, Tom? Man, that'll really make your head explode.
They actually put this type of technology into a video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 2077, and basically what it's called like your deck, your cyber deck, and it goes into the actually behind.
Oh, I wanted to see Tom's face there.
Video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 2077.
Look at that face. I'm trying not to have digital artifact on it. Every time I like pause and play, like digital artifact comes up on the video. So no, it's not like him shape shifting and shit. It's just the digital artifact.
Anything to convict you on using your own thoughts. They can take gray areas. They can also have your intimate moments for the entertainment, as a pedophile industry would like to do.
Watch his
The pedophile
face
industry.
when
You'll have everything.
Cyberpunk's
You can
brought
base
up.
it
They actually put this type of technology into a video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 20.
Watch Tom's face. Watch it. Keep a good eye on it.
77. And
Look at that.
basically,
And look how fast it changed. Fucking psycho, man. Absolutely psycho.
what it's called like they actually put this type of technology into a video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 2077, and basically what it's called is called like your deck, your cyber deck, and it goes into the actually behind your ear. It's called Cyberpunk 2077, and basically what it's called is
there. Even you base
they
it a little.
they actually put this type of technology into a video game that came out. It's called Cyberpunk 2077, and basically what it's called is called like your deck, your cyber deck, and it goes into the actually behind your ear.
What kind of face is that he made? Creepy shit, man. Alright.
And they can jack in. That's what they call it, basically jacking in. When they can read your thoughts, they can read your they can like read your dreams.
Real quick, let me, I want to check how many hours I have logged on Cyberpunk, because I played that game. 189 hours. That's how long I played Cyberpunk 2077. That whole game is based off of Neuralink in a way. Like, that's all you do is upgrade brain chips, and then a lot of it is combat. Like, you're shooting and fighting and shit. But there's a certain point in the game where you could use your chip to fry somebody else's chip, and you don't even have to use weapons. You're just, like, crouched in the corner looking at your targets, and you can just be like, make that guy go fucking kill himself. Like, you can make him shoot himself in the game. Like, you can do this shit. You could have the guy go crazy. Ah! And then, like, have, like, electricity to his brain is fried. Like, there's all of that that's in the game. And after a while, it's a lot easier to just do that instead of shooting everybody, because the bullets don't really do much in the game. Like, you have to really know what firearms to use on certain, like, characters in the game. But after a point, that's all you're doing is just hacking other people's chips. It's a really interesting concept, and obviously I played 189 hours. Like, it's I think it's a solid game for what it is. It was supposed to be a lot bigger than that. There it is, 189 hours. I'll make it a little bigger. $189. All right. It's a decent game though. I never played the final mission though, because I thought it was gonna reset the game on me. All right, we're trying to get this screen smaller. Give me a second, and we will continue. And then make sure you stick around for after this video, because we're going to look at what the internet has available for Tom's sons, I guess, right? Okay. Let's carry on.
Dreams, and they have something that's called BD, which is brain dances, of which they can take your sexual experiences or your nastiest thoughts and they sell them onto a black market for people to consume as a form of pornography.
They're using up the story, aren't they? In
Yeah.
the original work, which they did after Joel Silver, the producer of Planes the Matrix story, after.
What's this guy gonna do? Go after CD Projekt Red in Poland? Because that's where this game was made. When does it end with this guy?
Our case was thrown by the attorneys that were planning. It was licensed everything classmates. University of Berkeley. After they threw our case, immediately Joel Silver got through Oblivion from Disney Holding It, which was our story the way it was supposed to be. Robot-like agents, the robots in the program, they screwed that up as robot-like agents. It's more stakes are higher, but it's real people that knowledge, show feeling. They're terminated but through their cancer igniting. Then he did Alter Carbon, which is exactly our story treatment premise, where the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. They use that very thing in They Don't Want This Ever Ended. Story treatment.
These are all concepts. I don't know what to tell you, Tom.
Explains everything. They use that in Alter Carbon, and they call it the greatest sci-fi concept ever in the history of film, under Joel Silver. When my son was murdered, he left the project. When the failed attempt on me happened, Kennedy left the project.
Yeah, guess what? He doesn't have Edgar Allan Poe as an AI. He doesn't have this dude waking up like 1,000 years in the future. But, man, what the fuck, man? I don't know what to say anymore.
Afterwards, he got back on it, just like he left Warner Brothers when he first came forward. He left and severed his relationship, came back on 6 months later after he had everything under control. So you see this dance going on. But in the first statement of the story treatment, it says, "The Tower of Babel is complete."
What else does it say here? Sorry, this is why it's taken so long, because we're ripping through all of this. January 92. That's still not 87, 86 for Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell got you on that one. The Tower of Babel is complete. What? I don't know. Man has become like God's world's attention. World War II. Hitler's scientists are cracking the code to immortality by experimenting on the Jews. Realizing... Alright, so what the fuck does this have to do with the Matrix? Be achieved, not... Because this is all cut off. Let's see if he shows more of it.
Is the Neuralink?
No, he's not going to. He's just going to...
You see this dance going on. But in the first statement of the story treatment, it says...
How are you supposed to see this, Tom?
The Tower of Babel is complete, because the Neuralink is complete and on. But in the first statement of the story treatment, it says...
It's so blurry. Even AI can't read this shit. You gotta hold this up a little longer, Tom, so people can actually read you whatever you're showing.
The Tower of Babel is complete, because the Neuralink is complete and longevity has...
And that's all he shows. He's not gonna show the rest of it, because it probably doesn't fucking match up, right? He can't stay on one specific thing for too long. He has to keep jumping from topic to topic to topic.
Solved through the red pill based on the blood of children, growth hormones, making a longevity program which creates a one world order by offering to all world leaders immortality for them and their families if they come on board for this one world order. That's how you cross national boundaries. I can articulate all of this, and it's happening now. So, in fact, they blame me for what's happening in the world because they say I planted the idea.
Wow. That is... So, like, now that you see all of this has happened, what do you have for any type of inspired?
The world just revolves around Tom. Because he's not an egomaniac and he's not a narcissist, right? That's fucking ridiculous.
Aspiring writers or actors or anyone that wants to get into this industry, what is your advice to them now that you see these type of things happen?
I would say this, and it's in the screenplay too, and thank you for that question, it's brilliant, quite astute. Keep your natural thinking. It's a discipline. Hone it. Hone the ability to have compassion with it.
My natural thinking says you are full of shit, Tom Althouse. That's my natural thinking for you.
You'll have no regrets at the end of your life if you have compassion. Absolute power can corrupt absolutely unless there's compassion.
He does not have compassion. If he had compassion, he would have long-term friendships with people. All the people he surrounds himself with, besides his own family members, are not even 5 years with him. Because he cuts them all off.
Absolute power of compassion. It's quite a different animal, different story. It can do a lot of good. Compassion keeps us in check. It's a discipline. Just like memory is a discipline. Learn to use your discipline.
And this dude's like over 60 years old. Isn't he like 63, 64 or some shit?
Learn to use your memory with layered thinking. Now, layered thinking, what I say with layered thinking is, when you listen to music, there's not just one note, there's many notes.
He's around 60. We had the age said before, but like I said, like I don't remember everything all the time. Like I remember a lot of shit, but I forget shit too. He's nearly double my age. Doesn't look like it, but he sure is. And he has to be like dyeing that hair, and that's like a whole different topic. But
Minds can process many notes at the same time and enjoy the harmonies. And just like in music, our regular thinking can be the same way. They've been hiding us from this, hiding this from us. They don't want us thinking in layered thinking, which I've been propounding as an author. Layered thinking, you can also feel in layers. They don't want this either. Robot-like agents is what they want us to be. Neuralink will instill that. Neuralink will have us basically be robot-like agents. We will be processing under the confines of the computer method and parameters. But if we're layered thinking and free-range thinking, we can think in layers and feel in layers. Animals, children respond to layered feeling. Now they tried to change that around and say it's crazy. If you feel too many things at the same time, it makes you scary. No, it's not. If I show, like it happens on, again, back to the
they kind of count that as overstimulation.
it's called pacing, which Tom has no concept of.
Like, yeah, overstimulating. Like, I get it. Yeah, it's too many layers.
I know what I'm talking about. So now, when I was on set, I would teach acting and stuff, and I got awards for my performances and things, because I taught layered feeling. Audiences can really get into your character if you have layers of feeling at the same time. There's nothing chaotic about it. And if it's all basically positive feelings, think of it: compassion, hope, adoration, benevolence. Put all those at the same time and feel them all at the same time. You become a dynamic force of nature. You become a Superman and a Superwoman.
Oh my god. This is what he was telling his actors on stage plays? Feel all the emotions all at once. No, dude. That's fucking psycho talk. I took theater in high school. I did stage plays. I was an actor in high school doing stage play, okay? Your characters need to have motivation. It's best if it's one thing. And especially one thing at a time. If it's multiple things, you deal with things one at a time. You don't just have, oh, I'm going to have joy and anger and fear and put it all together and put it with a little drop of sadness on it too. Just try to figure it out. Is this how he's fucking talking to these actors? You need to talk to these actors and be like, what's your motivation? Why are you here saying these things? And then you internalize it. You don't, as a director, there's a rule: you don't tell your actors how to say their lines. You don't go up and just read their lines to them. You talk to them about what they're going through at the time and why they're saying these things. And then you get them to say it exactly the way you want them to, the way you want them to, without directly mimicking the way you want them to say it. And I've had much success with that. I've written things out as a screenwriter and then directed them and directed the actors on the scenes. And I didn't have to coach them to the extent of mimicking their lines to them to say it a certain way. Put stressors on these words, do this and that. Say it this way, hold this, put a pause here. No, if there's a pause, it's written into the script. There's a beat, it's written in. But this whole thing of like, oh, I feel all emotions, this fucking psycho talk here. This dude did stage plays. He wasn't in Hollywood. He didn't do independent movies. He was a stage director. And I'm not like cheapening it at all, but it's a completely different monster, okay?
Superhuman.
You become somebody who is, children and animals respond to you because they're drawn to you. They can see that you have many things where your compassion and care, looking in the eyes of a loved one with layered feelings like that are so positive and so many. That's what the love connection is through the eyes. If you see,
I'm forgetting the name of this concept here, but some of the earliest film was cutting between an image, let's say, because now I'm just gonna use this as a reference point here. Let's just say there's an image of an elephant, and then there's an image of somebody's eyes, and that's cut together in that sequence in the movie, right? And then the next shot is looking at a little, like, girl in a stroller with a mother at a park or something, and it cuts back to the eyes. Nothing's changed, but it's in a different part of the sequence of the edit. Then it cuts to a completely different thing, like a beach with a sea-doo and people laughing and having fun. It cuts back to the eyes again of the same character. There was a short film that was done like that in the past, and the audience was then questioned after the screening about what they thought the character was going through watching these things, because that was the implication. Like, there's a scene and then the eyes are shown, the scene and then the eyes are shown, and everybody was associating different emotions to the different connected images. So, like with the elephant, and then it cuts to the eyes, be like, oh, well, he's fascinated by the elephant, but you're only seeing the eyes. And then that same eye shot is used to follow the next shot that's up, which is the mother with the stroller in the park. Cuts back to the eyes. What did you think the character was going through with that? Oh, well, they saw the mother and the child, and they were thinking about, like, their own family, right? This is the audience projecting onto these characters what they think they're feeling and stuff. And it's a little different. There's a little variation here from everybody that's the viewing audience watching that type of thing. But the point that was made with that is that you could splice together images and have people feel a certain way. And that's the role of not only the editor, but the director, the screenwriter, and the actors. But the actors are just there to do their job. They're not there to take over everything. They do as they're told. That's the role of the actor. They follow what the director tells them to do, and they do it the best way they can do it. So this whole concept of Tom saying, like, you have to feel everything all at once, yeah, people telling you it's psycho, that's probably the general consensus of it. You can't feel everything all at once.
In the eyes of a loved one, with layered feelings like that, they're so positive and so many. That's what a love connection is through the eyes. If you see all those things through the eyes, I would teach that. How that people, like, I'd say, like, okay, for performers, I'd say, picture hope, and embrace it in your heart, hope right now. Let it translate what your body translates that to. And you see hope in the eyes. Now add hope and adoration. It changes.
No.
Your body responds to what you tell it. So right away, I have an image of adoration and hope in my eyes. Add compassion. It changes.
These things are so minimal. He's not taking in consideration the motivation of the characters in the scene that's taking place. He thinks he's giving some TED talk here about, like, how you do this, how you write this shit. No. You read this motherfucker's script and it's so fucking disjointed and has nothing to do with the Matrix. It'll collapse his whole house of cards he has building up.
Another layer, another muscle, everything operates differently. You can have this gift with Neuralink, you can. You become robot-like in the end. And you lose the ability to feel naturally these layers. There's no more love connection, be it between husband and wife, a child and father or mother, two brothers, two sisters.
As what these kids call it, they actually call it being an NPC. That's what the kids call it now, which is an NPC is short for non-playable character. You're just roaming in the earth. So that's what these kids call it when they see somebody that's regurgitating.
All right, I'll give you a real quick crash course here. You have a scene that's written, a guy's sitting at a desk, and he's looking at a piece of paper, and he picks it up and crumples it. Right? So what is he feeling in that? Well, it depends on everything that's preceded it and everything that's going to happen after it. It's a static trajectory for these characters most of the time. where they're getting from point A to point B. Everything's connected. Everything has an action and reaction. But when you're talking about this guy like crumpling up the paper, are you telling him to crumple it angrily? Are you telling him to crumple it up with joy? Are you telling him to do it sad? Because when you tell these things to an actor, they start hamming it up. And you don't want them to do that. From a director's point of view, you crumple that, tell them, yeah, you do that action, but you're thinking about this thing that happened earlier. So use that as your motivation to how you crumple it up. I'm not going to tell you how to, but you're thinking about this thing at the time. And I want you to crumple it up thinking about that thing. And that's how you get these emotions out of the actors. Capiche?
Things that they see online over and over and over using echo chambers and stuff. The Cage actually call that being an NPC. So when they play Grand Theft Auto, they like to be the main character that has freedom, that gets to do anything. But the players that you see walking, the characters that you see walking around not doing anything, just walking nowhere, doing nothing, doing whatever their lives are programmed to do in the game, they're called NPCs, non-playable characters. So that's basically what Neuralink is going to make them, NPCs.
Exactly. And the youth coming in are so smart. I am so proud of the youth coming in. We as adults, we blow, but the youth coming in are good. They're not taking no nonsense. And if what I want to illustrate too, once you're used to looking at like,
hey Andreas, thank you. I see you in the chat here.
Yeah. We as adults, we blow, but the youth coming in are good. They're not taking no nonsense. And if what I want to illustrate too, once you're used to looking at layers in the eyes and seeing the goodness in the eyes, now look at the eyes. See what he's actually telling you when he's speaking. What is he actually? What's going on in the eyes? There is no love for the common, what they call the common. There's no love there.
Yeah, the eyes always tell the story. And plus, I noticed from one of his early interviews, the way he talks, the way he talks, and I always watch his eyes shift as if he's reading something. I'm like, okay, he probably has Neuralink in. Like, that's one of my top comments when I first started getting on the internet, was saying, what is he reading? And people were like, well, he's talking. I said, no, he probably has it already installed. And every answer that he gives and he pauses, I'm like, okay, he's reading something. So he's very, very robotic. In the way that he talks, you can tell he has no type of human empathy whatsoever. Exactly. You can look at it, you can tell anybody that can read simple human body language, you can tell he has no type of human empathy whatsoever.
And that's what happens when you're groomed by the elite, as they offered me the chair a couple different times. You're told not to care about the general public. You're told that, just not to try to make a difference, is the words they actually use, while you're getting your rewards or your position. That's what they keep throwing at me, and I can't accept that. I can't help it. I have to try to make a difference, and I'm out. I'm always on the out. Then they come back and offer again. But what's in that offer is very interesting. You are taught that only the elite matter, not those outside your circle, not the other 99%. So you have a disdain for the 99% if you buy into their offer. And that shows to the eyes. That's the giveaway, that's the telltale part, that's the sign they get.
And that also goes into another explain for like people that's in our community, okay? So when we see our athletes make it, and people are like, oh, well, the athletes do this and they're so rich, but they don't give back to our community. What he's explaining is the same deal that they're told, hey, now we know we're about to give you $90 million and that can pull up your family, which you only can get a certain few family members, get a few cousins, get your mama, get whoever. But all this your community, nah, that's over. Or we're gonna take it from you. And if you try to make any type of real difference, nah, because they need these problems in order to run exactly what they're doing. Like I said earlier about selling solution. They need these problems so they can sell you the solution.
Exactly, and that's their process too, is to come in, like for myself, I've been courted so many times by the cabal, with enticement offers to be a script doctor, to rip other people off. Be the richest man in Hollywood, he said, if I take it, the offer, is because they...
And he's fallen for so many of these schemes. So, what's that say about him?
Try to divide our ranks. So let's say somebody like yourself is standing up and speaking for your community in such an affluent way, they will often come to you and make you an offer because they're trying to take away the heads. And if you don't accept the offer, then they try to take out, unless you're considered a top asset, where then they take your sons instead. To make you behave yourself.
Yeah, they're trying to make you almost basically paid opposition at that point. If you want to stay alive, you're paid opposition. Yeah, keep talking what you're talking, but there's going to be no result at the end of the day of this. And this is exactly why I want to go into my next subject about the role of technology in storytelling. So in your opinion, how has technology influenced storytelling in film, theater, and opportunity?
I just realized this host has a Last Action Hero hoodie on. It's kind of cool. I actually think I'd have a good time talking with this host, but like, he's not ready to leave Tom Althouse's Matrix yet. You know what? I'll put it out there for him now. When you are ready, I will be here to have a conversation. I was duped just like you, sir. And anytime you're ready to talk, feel free to contact me. And I say this also, the Gray Area Monarch, and Emma from the Imagination Podcast. Anytime. Just come on. Go into the comments like you did before. Say something. But if you're just going to talk shit, then, I mean, it's not going to get anywhere, really. If you want to really have a conversation with me, like, here's your opportunity, right?
Too many challenges that it has presented.
I love that question. What a great interview you're doing. This is great. Actually, I see it as a writer. I don't know if I'm biased or not, but I see it as technology comes from stories. So we, like neurotech, in my situation, in the screenplay I held up here, in here, the 1998 version, and from 1993, is iPad, Surrey, Neuralink. How much stuff is in Star Trek, right? How much stuff? So life imitates art. Mm-hmm. So if we allow our writers to be free and protected, and allow the actual inventions that come from the authors to be protected, instead of changing the laws like they did in 2013, where it's no longer about who publishes it first, it's who gets credit for it first by spiking the patent office. They changed the laws. It should be who publishes it first, so you can bring it to its natural fruition, and then hand it to others to perfect further. If that's how it's supposed to work, that's why there's copyright law, that's why it's supposed to be patents, is that allows the original creators to bring to fruition the original inspirations and thoughts and designs. But they short-circuited that. Now it's the guy, if I had a trash man here, and I was, just come up with Neuralink, he could run to the patent office, or do it for Elon Musk or others, and enter the patent office, being the first one there, instead of me trying to do my due diligence to perfect it before I bring it forward, present it. See, it's all backwards now. It's all backwards.
Wow. So that also goes into now you have to do like basically new mediums. So are there any type of new mediums or genres you're interested in exploring in order to get your future work out?
Right. Can I tell you about Surrey real quick?
Absolutely.
Let's go, because you just raised such a good point, Oba. Such a good point. My God, Oba. So what you have is, if we go back to original works, especially ones that have been taken, and look at the genesis of the tech within the story, you have a story behind the tech. That story behind the tech also serves as a warning for how to utilize that new tech properly.
Notice how pertinent Tom is trying to make all of this seem. Just on the precipice. We're just about to get all this information. He's been doing this forever, man.
Because each tech can be a double-edged sword. And so what you have with Neuralink, or let's do Surrey. Where does Surrey come from? In the original screenplay, Neo is married. The reason they use the word Trinity in Matrix when we're ripping it off is because there's 3 love interests for the Neo character throughout the length of the story. His wife is basically taken and reprogrammed by Smith, made to be his wife, to reprogram memories erased like Althouse. Joss Whedon got that later. So what happens is then he runs into the actual Trinity character from the Oracle, sent by the Oracle, which they kept that part. Meaning train station, yeah, that was in our story. Same thing, exactly. Joss was leading up to the story. That's your second one. Her name is Monique, and she's also referred to as Remnant in the original work. Okay, one of the 7 of the Oracle, 7 priestesses or whatever. Then you have a final one named Lorraine. A grad student was trafficked in the program, and when he's cut from the program, he's advised by a former friend that you need to seek somebody who's outside the program, who's aged, because they don't age within the program, and find her and hide out with her. So 3 characters that he held out with and had amorous feelings with, and they called her Trinity. See how they came up with that? Very simple mind.
Wow.
So Fury, what happens? Well, he lost his wife. He's obsessed about the loss of his wife in my story when he's in the program. They took that element out, right? And just put it into a Trinity character. So what does he do? He creates and reprograms his house, his Neuralink, everything with the voice of his wife, her mannerism. He tells her, and here is this stuff about, can you put TV, these parameters, these topics, and then his wife's voice will come on, you have a phone call coming in. He talks to her as if she's still there. And that's what Spielberg put in Minority Report. And so what you have is Philip K. Dick's novel. Spielberg inserted things that Philip K. Dick didn't have in his novel. When Philip K. Dick said, I don't want anything altered before his death, Spielberg altered everything. In fact, putting in my dad's name and rank, Captain John Anderton, as Tom Cruise's character in the film, and that the reason he'll be put away in stasis is because his son Sean has been murdered. That's Spielberg committing pre-crime. Philip K. Dick didn't write anything about Sean or a son or anything about the story.
To clarify what Tom is saying here, he's saying that they stole his dad's name and put it in there. Again, John, one of the most common Christian names out there. And he goes ahead and, it must be my dad because my dad's named John. Am I going to go and look at everything and say, like, oh yeah, my, every movie with the name Alex in it, it's referencing my dad. Every movie that has the name Frank in it, that's my uncle. That's him. Like, come on, man. Come on.
It was totally bastardized. Where Spielberg puts in a son, Sean, is murdered, so Captain John Anderton, my dad's name and rank, my son's name, is reason that Tom Cruise could be put away for pre-crime. Spielberg committed pre-crime in Minority Report. And then my son was murdered after it was made. So what you have is in that same thing, you have the obsession where he's got the program.
What, murdered 16 years after it was made? It was made in what, 2002? 2001, 2002? 2018 is one of the documented years of something happening to one of his sons.
Sir.
We're going to get into that at the end of this video. Let's see, we're almost done with it too.
playing the memories of his son and wife, talking to him. Suri comes from him. Suri is from the character who's
And hey, Juan, good to see you in the chat here.
flawed, who's so broken, obsessed about the loss of his wife that he broke out his house, his Neuralink and everything with her voice and mannerisms. And now we have a female talking Suri.
That is insane. So that also goes into my point, because how you said with Spielberg is the importance of originality inside of this art. As we see it, there's no originality. So what are your views on the importance of originality in art, and how do you strive to maintain your originality in your work?
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. I would liken it back to the earlier question too, as an example, is layered thinking versus Neuralink. It's better to have layered thinking. It's better to have the original content. It's better to have the passion restored. Does the Wachowskis have passion for their work? Does Sophia Stewart in her plane with her 33 pages, which isn't a screenplay, have passion for for the actual story? No, they see it as a means to monetary gains and fame and fortune. The Wachowskis were promised at the session by Dean Laurentiis, who actually has a copyright also on the Immortals title, Dean Laurentiis, who cut the Wachowskis out on it. They failed as assassins. He wined and dined the Wachowskis when they failed at everything. In fact, their mom said all they did was play video games. They have no body of work. They're sci-fi groupies, and they're promised that it's in are beautiful women, as if they're commodity to trade, for fame and fortune. For what? They didn't have any screenplays. So they're brought in-house, just like Sophia Stewart was. And that way, Warner Bros. Can claim the control by having people brought in-house that'll be loyal to them, because they're being given the stolen material. And the Wachowskis again broke that line by putting the author's information, not only in that first graphic in the interrogation scene, but also in Animatrix. What they put in Animatrix? Put my name across the screen, Tom Park Althouse, backwards.
That is bananas. So as we were just talking about the importance of the originality, right? So it also has to come with like overcoming creative challenges. So can you please with me share an instance where you faced a significant creative challenge and how you overcame it?
I still have the Brother word processor. Go back in time to 1989, 93. I had to type this stuff out on a little tiny view screen. Type it out where if I had to do a correction, I had to retype the whole page. It took forever to do the script, to do it right and perfect it. Now, the Wachowskis claim it only took 3 days to do it. Really? I would not like to see that, because that's such a scary lie. But it's like,
Again, like, a lot of claims here by him, but where's it to back up? The band Bare Naked Ladies, they wrote that song 1 week on a fucking napkin in a diner. So, coming up with a concept for the Matrix for the Wachowskis, having it done in 3 days, not far-fetched at all. We're taking everything here at face value, and we're also analyzing it. Okay, like we're being objective here, being like, what's really going on?
so I actually have the processing. So just the technical limitations at the time to create was an obstacle. But I tried to turn it into a disciplined process, where it meant that if I was going to actually have compassion and invest in this as a service to audiences and humanity, then I will do this work even with the limitations involved. Now we have AI chat. You got like that.
Wow.
It was very hard to render, and I was a perfectionist. I did not want to have things done wrong. I wanted to be just right. So when I was at this session, it had to be perfected. And I go back to the tech question. Of creating tech. Again, I want to perfect the tech as much as possible before I bring it forward. Meanwhile, Warner Brothers brings Elon Musk to get it. Wachowskis are screaming for it. Go back to that thought. They said they wanted to do Jackson Neck for real in 95. They wanted to get it for Neuralink in 95, and they had to be slammed down. I said, you vote for that, you're being greedy. You already have the author's story. So, well, you're giving the tech to somebody else. Therefore, they have control. Now think of this. Warner Brothers has Elon Musk with a halter around the neck. And he's sitting by the president, standing by the president, going to fight with the president. Warner Brothers, Disney, and the agencies.
It's part of the universal law where these companies have to tell you the truth. They have to tell you the truth on what they're doing regardless, and it's up to you to actually decipher this information and be able to move and act on it as you see fit. Now that you see that these things are happening, that also shows you that the success that you had due for you. So what is your personal definition of success now that you see how they were able to take your ideas and make it into successful things? How do you define success in your career, in your personal life, and how has
So there's like 5 minutes left. Something's going on with their audio. It's so fucked.
that definition evolved over time now that you see how these things played out?
Success to me is not being fooled by the narrative of the other side. Even though they take everything away, strip you away, isolate you, break you, you know that you created your work. You know that you created it out of a good heart. Success to me is right from the screenplay pages. There's a scene they kept where, if I may offer, where Trinity is with Neo, and Neo's discombobulated basically out of sorts. Because in mine, he's being trained how to use Smith's Neuralink and has to lose his own memories because the architect of mine diseased or sabotaged Neo's Neuralink to act as a tracking device and also as a fail, where it will time out at a certain time, will fail and work against him. We'll have to cut out and lose all his memories. He asks Trinity, what do I do? How do I do this? How do I survive this? She goes, think on what matters. Now, that statement right there, that is the definition of success. Think on what matters. Don't let anybody take you away from that. In the end of your journey, if you come to the end of your life, you have no regrets. You are a successful individual. If you've done it right and done well out of benevolence and compassion, you've done what you could. No matter what fires and no matter what you've been faced with, no matter what influences have come your way, try to throw you off your path, and you
There's this wrapping up paragraph that he's just repeating here.
did it right. You die in peace, and you've made a difference in this world in a great way, and I consider you part of my brotherhood and sisterhood, part of this human society.
Like, can any of you imagine this guy being on set of his own film being made and being like, no, it has to be done right? That production would shut down so fast on his whim because he can't commit to shit.
Absolutely, and that's all I have for today. That was great. Any other thing that you would like to say or anything? We could definitely do a part 2, or anytime. You are definitely welcome back to where we can talk.
Because there's so much to it.
2? A part 2, you say? That's why I say that this guy's bright. He is very naive in terms of who this guy really is. So hopefully he can get out early. If you see this dude, like, oh man, I hope you see this video. I actually might link this in their comments.
I'd be happy to, because the other side actually claims there's too much evidence. Sophia Stewart said this too, there's too much evidence. How can you have too much evidence? And as far as storytellers, how can we have too much material?
Gentlemen, is there a way we could share the outline of the Superhuman Society story as an attachment to this video, Boba? I think it's very important people at least see what the outline is and how they can take part in it and really make a difference.
Yeah, I can link everyone to it some type of way, because this is a live, so I actually can't actually like link it onto the actual video, but I can link them into the description of this.
But I would like to encourage anybody listening to go check out superhumansociety.global. It's really just the front door to the platform that we have, Tom. Right. But I would encourage people to take a look at it. It's about becoming the best version of yourself and networking with other people who like mind.
So I also want to take a moment just to point out for y'all too. I think it's great. There's one of the main tactics they use on many of us, and we know this, is to try to shout us down, or say that we're out for ourselves, or ego, or things like this. I want to point out, for those of us that have lost 2 sons, have been murdered by the agencies, and told that they were murdered by the agencies, and that that's supposed to make us behave ourselves. And our last son, they know we're concerned for our last son's safety, which is Disney sex said to me. We are not about ego, and we are not about money. We are trying to do a job that no more sons or daughters are killed, and other people don't lose.
Not about ego. He's on every fucking show he gets an opportunity to be on. It's not about money. He had a fucking GoFundMe thing that we just saw is 403 now because he couldn't get $3,750 a month like he thought he would. Talk about an inflated ego, where he brags about how the whole world is watching his videos, but he can't get 200 fucking bucks in a month. And he's asking for $3,750 a month. And now it's defunct. He's probably saying some government operative shut it down on him. He probably ended it himself. It said it was canceled.
Either, and you can see the passion and the compassion that we feel. Use your discernment. See who really is telling the truth. Look at Elon's eyes. See who's really there. Even Sophia Stewart, look at her eyes and see what she's actually saying. Is it all eyes on me, or is it let's make a difference that no more children are harmed and no more agencies getting away with the horror they are doing?
Andreas says, who's the guy in the top right? Why is he there? He seems like he can spot lies, but not Tom's. That's a good question. I don't know who the heck that guy is. I want to say he's affiliated with the host, but like both of these guys are eating this guy's shit that he's shoveling into their mouth. Like they're just what we're trying to save people. You see, like, well, here I am. I'm Morpheus again, right? There we go. You guys need to wake up. Tom is not who he says he is. You are in part 1 of your journey with interviewing Tom Althouse. I suggest this is it. Oh no! Am I being an anonymous and telling people to not work with Tom? I'm not anonymous, but I'm definitely telling people to stay the fuck away from Tom. Because it's just not going to end well. And it's Tom's doing that it doesn't end well. You're going to hear the truth here, and then you're going to just have to discern for yourself what you think is more important. Your time or this guy's bullshit lies. Okay? And he's still egotistical enough to go onto all these shows and still say the same shit, still trash talk all the same people. Conjecture shit. I despise people who lie. Especially when I catch them in it. That is fucking game over. Like, nothing's ever the fucking same between me and whoever lies to me. All right.
That we can have a world restored. That we look at each other in the eye and celebrate who we are. Our likenesses, differences, our ability to be alive. We are all walking miracles. We've won the lottery by being bored. How many sperm are swimming to an egg? We have all won the marathon. We have all won in possibility. The probability doesn't even add up that we should exist at a certain time.
He's wrapping up his TED Talk here. He's doing his hoorah speech at the end of the movie, right?
We would be conceived. Had to be at that moment through all the ages. And here we all are. We need to reinstate the value of human life and all life and look at each other as walking miracles and appreciate that. That instead of competition, we have brothers and sisters with each other and we have the ability to share this planet with each other. And we would be a lot worse shape if we didn't have each other. It'd be quite like
Absolutely. So I also have to add, where can they find you? Where can they contact you at? How can people get in contact with you to speak to you to learn more about your story? And so they can actually have interviews with you, or they would like to have you come speak and share your wisdom with them. Where can they contact you at?
Well, me speaking is what drives the other side crazy, so I appreciate that offer, definitely. I must do that on there. That's what I was told kept my last son alive, so I'll be there. And they made it easy for me. This woman made this website called Althouse.com, so I wouldn't forget it. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Okay, great. Go.
So he wouldn't forget it? Are you fucking serious? I told him in April of 2024 to use his name for his own website, and he said that was too egotistical. I said, I have my own name for my website. It redirects to Yissilmissilproductions.com. You could type in Yissilmissil.com and it redirects to Yissilmissilproductions.com. You type SteveYissel.com into the browser. It goes to Yissilmissilproductions.com. I told him to use his name, and he said no. But then she says it, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's a great idea, because then I won't forget it. Like, what the fuck, man? Just... He talks about stealing ideas. There's one example. He stole one of my ideas, right? And said somebody else came up with it. Fuck him.
That's where you find me. It's my name with .com. I'm like, thank you for that. That makes sense.
Absolutely. So that's all for today. I thank you once again. I'm honored to actually be in your presence for all of us to have this conversation. Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Corey?
Oh, wow. What an honor. I feel so honored to be able to bring the two of you men together. I just had such a strong knowing that this was a critical moment. Really, ever since I met you.
Oh!
So thank you. I just want to say thank you so much.
So that's the handler. This fucker is the one that introduced these two. This guy probably met Tom at a convention. That's just my Occam's razor here. I'm just taking a guess. I could be wrong.
There's so much more that I want to share with both of you that will contribute to the movement in a positive way. And I appreciate you guys big time. Thank you.
All right, so that's all for today. With Superhuman Society, make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you share this to all your friends so they can learn the truth and see what's going on. We will come to you guys with another interview, and hopefully it will be this. Every interview will be this impactful for you to learn new knowledge and be able to have new ideas and get new motivation. So right now in front of us,
all right, that's it.
Award-winning writer.
It's looping now. Yeah, that's it. That was it. Holy crap! All right, hold on a minute. Okay, so that was that. That was a video from 8 days ago. I haven't done this show in 4 months, so there's other stuff I want to cover, but we're gonna have to do it at another, like other videos that I want to cover. We're gonna do that on another show, okay? Because it's just I can't do another 10-hour show today. But what we can do is look at what Zenray sent me about Tom's sons here. So just give me a moment and I'm going to pull that up and we're going to look at this because I found it pretty interesting. Huh. Yeah, so Zen's digging into this stuff. I'm sure he's going to find some interesting shit. That's all I'll say. And I gotta get these different screens ready.
So right now in front of us.
Nope. Okay. So we got that. We got that. Alright, let's pull this window up. Along with this. We're doing this in real time. So, like, while we were on intermission, Zenray sent me a few things. And I want to show him here. And I asked if he was okay with that. And he's like, yep. Okay. This is gonna cause all sorts of leaks in Tom's thing here, so let's start. We have this obituary thing, which I'm surprised this is even here. But let's take a look at it. So Shawn Michael Althouse, may you rest in peace, man. Oh shit. So I was like around his age, man. That's kind of weird. Shawn Michael Althouse, 35. In Meadville, passed away Thursday, March 15th, 2018, as a result of an automobile accident on State Highway 27, Guys Mills. Alright, let's scroll down here. Shawn was born in Huntingdon on October 14th, 82, son of Thomas and Nancy States Althouse. Well, we're already getting different names that we didn't have before. His first marriage was to Nancy States. On October 2nd, 2011, Shawn married his college love, Melissa Amy Barber. She survives. That's sad. In August 2017, Shawn became employed as a library specialist at the University of Pittsburgh, Titusville. He had worked and lived throughout the U.S. and made close friends who were like family wherever he was. His life was an adventure which included experiences in the Himalayas, Peru, China, and honeymooned in Ireland. Shawn earned his BA from Green Mountain College, Pulteney, Vermont, where he majored in history and philosophy. He loved volunteering his time working with children and had recently been volunteering at Erie National Wildlife Refuge. He enjoyed being outdoors and was an amateur craft brewer. Shawn had a talent for turning everything into a game. A light-hearted and genuine man, Shawn had the ability to deal with difficult circumstances and had a deep appreciation for all of life's experiences and relationships. His demeanor was upbeat, his personality was charismatic, his sense of humor was constant, and he was accepting of everyone. Shawn will be deeply missed by all who knew and loved him. In addition to his wife, Melissa, of 6 years, Shawn is survived by his mother, Nancy States of Meadville, his father, Thomas Althouse of Ontario. So they were already divorced, obviously. Sister, Terrace LaRae Althouse. So is Terrace the daughter that Tom keeps speaking of? It doesn't seem like that, though. He never mentions her name. You notice that? Yeah, Zenray says, no mentioning of an unmanned runaway snowplow. Terrace LaRae Althouse and her companion Jacob Rios in Honolulu, Hawaii. Half-brother Aiden Althouse of Ontario. So this all happened while Tom was in Ontario, right? He is also survived by maternal grandmother A. Arlene States of Huntingdon, paternal grandparents John and Patricia Althouse, all in Warrington. He was preceded in death by a brother, Kirk Daniel Althouse, maternal grandfather Paul R. States. Never heard of the name States. Tom never brought that up. Family and friends are invited to call on Wednesday from 6 to 7. Invited to call? Invited to call? What the fuck? In lieu of flowers, memorial contributions may be made to Children and Nature Network in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh boy, Minneapolis, huh? Share a memory or condolence at Meisner Funeral Home. Okay. Oh, there's photos. Look at that. Where's Tom? Where the fuck's Tom in these photos? Is that him? Is that his son? Right there. That almost looks like Tom. That's goofy enough to be Tom. Alright. Anyways. Holy shit, there's oh, there's a lot written here. Okay. No names I'm really recognizing here yet. Just Patricia, the mother. Our hearts are full of love for the memory of Sean and for his family. We cherish the chance to celebrate his memory. Love, Mama Pat and Grandpa Althouse, Thomas Althouse, and Aiden. Oh. Or no, Patricia's the grandma. So that's Tom's mom. Right? Yeah. Paternal grandparents, Patricia Althouse. Alright, and then now we have the stuff I'm actually wanted to show here. Like the meat of this. So, not only did Zenray just find this while we were in intermission, but he pulled up a ChatGPT search for this incident. So let's take a look at it. It says, Tom Althouse's 3 sons, what can be verified? And this is coming from ChatGPT. Okay. Alright, Tom Althouse's 3 sons, what can be verified? Sean Michael Althouse, fully documented. There's his birthday, his day he died. His parents, official cause of death, automobile accident. State Highway 27, Guys Mills, Pennsylvania. Public obituary confirms preceded in death by a brother, Kirk Daniel Althouse. What the fuck happened with that? That was the one that I think Tom said drowned in a pool on a military base. Survived by half-brother Aiden Althouse. Okay. And I personally met Aiden. So I know Aiden exists, right? Source, Stephen P. Meisner Funeral Home obituary. Okay. And then Kirk Daniel Althouse. Name confirmed. Details not public. Just says status deceased. Birth date, none. Death date, none. Public is... looking at this in a weird way. Hold on. Okay, public confirmation listed in Sean's obituary as preceded in death by brother Kirk Daniel Althouse. What Tom Althouse claims, found dead in a lap pool on a military base. Murder covered up. What's missing? No mainstream news article. Okay, I think this is very important to see this. I'm going to make it big. What's missing? No mainstream news articles. No public military incident reports. You'd think that that base would have had an incident report about a death in a pool, right? No obituary with details indexed online. So, checkmark confirmed for name and death, but there's a yield sign for circumstances and dates not independently verified. And then there's one more page. Snowplow and pool claims. Snowplow incident. No public confirmation. Sean's death is officially listed as a standard automobile accident. No police or media record of a runaway/unmanned snowplow. And a military lap pool for Kirk. And look at that. It has another yield sign that says only from Tom Althouse's statements. No independent military or news verification would require FOIA or base level records to confirm. Tom has repeatedly claimed both sons were murdered on social media and podcasts, but those claims are not supported by public records. Definitive show-ready summary. Here's the most accurate statement you can safely make. And I'm reading this all out here. This is from ChatGPT, just scraping the internet for all of this. Public records confirm that Tom Althouse had 3 sons: Sean Michael Althouse, Kirk Daniel Althouse, and Aiden Althouse. Sean Michael Althouse, born October 14th, 1982, died March 15th, 2018, with his death officially listed as an automobile accident in Pennsylvania. Kirk Daniel Althouse is confirmed as deceased by family obituary records, but no public information is available regarding his date or cause of death. Aiden Althouse is listing as a surviving son, but his birth date is not publicly available. Well, we know that as of 2024, he was a freshman in college. So 18, 19 years old in 2024. So he was born around 2004, 2005. It's like irrelevant to what we're talking about here, but I just wanted to point that out. What else? Claims that Sean and Kirk were murdered, including allegations of a runaway snowplow and a military lap pool death, come from Tom Althouse's own statements and are not supported by independent public records. And it's ChatGPT's like, I could show you how to FOIA it. Well, I guess we could FOIA this shit, right? But we don't know what base it was on, unless we just go through all the different interviews I've done. Maybe he said it on there. But really, I don't have confidence in the fact that any of this is fucking true. Especially the Kirk shit. So, go figure. Tom hates me anyway now, so whatever. Right. And that's about it. We've hit 4 hours today. Hi, yay. The truth is out there. You have to search for it yourself. Nobody's gonna tell you the truth. If you just simply ask for it, you have to find it. Alright? Most of the people here are human. We all have fallibilities. Oh. But we will be back again with Let's Talk About It. I'm not sure when, but let's read the comments here before we go. I saw you guys chatting. I saw you Zenray doing. I was just trying to get through all that. Zenray says that's what I'm trying to figure out. His daughter's info is confusing. She also died in 23? So he never mentioned his ex-wife or the mother of his 2 dead children dying either. That's sinister as fuck, man. Why wouldn't he say that like his first wife is also dead? Why wouldn't he say anything? Tom said he never met his... I assume he meant his son's wives. And Zenry also says, yes, Patricia is his mom. I can't find anything online of her socially, but still looking. Zenry also says, can't find any evidence of Kirk in his death in the military other than the mentioning in the obituary yet. And then Andreas says, wow, that's a bit weird. And I agree. Alright, hold on. Also, before we go, let me get this. I keep trying to select this screen here. It's not doing it. Okay. So, do we leave a comment on this video? Like, all I want this dude to know is that, like, I've interviewed Tom as well, and look at where we're at. There's 4 comments. Okay, I got a poll for the chat here. Do I post this on my Hollywood Detox account and tell them to just check out Yissilmissil? Or do I comment from my Yissilmissil account and say, check out my content on Tom? Let me know which account should I leave this comment on. This 50,000 subscriber channel with 86 views. My own. Yeah. I'm not hiding, right? Oh, and that probably gave it another view, right? 87. Oh, no. We gave him 2 views. Oh, well. All right. Check out what I have. Especially part 23 and let's talk. Yeah. I want to actually like link it. Let's see. Oh, man. Oh, shit. There's so much content on here. It's like, Holy shit. Oh, what to do, what to do. What happened to the first two here? See that? Oh, you know, it didn't come up because of, it doesn't have Tom Althouse name in it. Shit, sure this one? Hey, look at it! Look at that. 43 episodes. Oh, this is adding on to that. Because I put all of these here. Yeah, check this guy Paul Brawl out. He says, "Hi, Yissilmissil Productions. You lasted the longest with Tom. You put your neck on the line to expose so-called leaders in the church, Robertson Group, praying for you to excel in your career and keep fighting the good fight. Sucks after all your hard work with Tom to drop you. Seems cold, but when God closes one door, he opens another, man." Yeah, and thank you, Paul, for saying that. I did reply to that one. I said, yes, other doors open. It is not for naught, and if you can see them open and take action, that's even better. And I still agree with that. And then Joe Smith, I hope you're still around, man, because, like, his, this Joe Smith, he had his... I connected with him on Instagram. That's how he found my channel, was on Instagram. He said his Instagram got canceled, so he couldn't reach out to me anymore on there. He said, real frustrated with Tom. Pending any rational explanation, like, quote, they got my son and told me to cut you off or else, end quote. Pending some reason like that, Tom's treatment of you and your channel and your listeners makes me really not eager to hear his voice talking to anyone else, especially if he just starts over and rambles out the same messy details. He might be his own worst enemy. This erratic behavior makes it look like he really might need an actual handler. Damn. There's 4 replies here. He said, thanks for being here, Joe. We're all trying to figure out what's up. Joe replied, I want the absolute best for everyone. I don't feed the simulation any negativity, graceful and thankful for what I believed was happening. Just wow. It's important that you know that you're not alone. You've got witnesses, and it's more than just you feeding it. I send you good vibes from next door in Indiana. And then someone else said, it appears there was a failure to communicate. And Joe Smith said, that's fair to say. But again, how Tom handled this was completely childish. Then he asked, do you suppose the handlers have to Tom threatened you and told him to drop you out or else their targeting skills will get turned on you? And I don't know. And then he's like, right about now I'm wishing you and Tom had pre-sent a kind of password or safe word or something in case someone tried to contact you as him. Yeah, there was that, but like I have his direct number. Yeah, and then Zenry, yep. Penny's no good, it's Penny. Not someone using his phone. The voice I heard in the email and texts is the voice of the Tom I know. The behavior not so much, but the tone for sure was him. Alright, let's hear this. I have a feeling that somebody is telling Tom that I am not good at I'm not a good person. Get out of here with that. Yeah, I could see that Penny is saying to Tom that I'm not a good person. Whatever. He's so malleable if that's the case. Like, he doesn't have any conviction, does he? He just listens to whatever is his favorite friend of the day, and then he goes and does that? Unreal. Alright. So check out what I have. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to link straight to the playlist. Sorry, this is way too big here. So I got this playlist. It has parts 1 through 22, including the Q&A I did by myself because Tom didn't want to be on camera with me in the same room. Like, what the fuck? Like, that was part of why I even went over there. Was to do a live interview in person with him. He didn't even want to do that. Left me by myself here, you see? Like, I don't know. It was like I was under witness protection or something, it felt like. Then, yeah, part 22 is the last one. Saturday live stream, that was me trying to, like, not make the Fallout public, and then he shows up on that stream and say, how dare you go on? Like, fuck you, man. You said you were not gonna, that you had other things to do and you weren't gonna fucking watch my show, bar none. And then you come up and fucking sneak on me and see what I'm doing. Fuck you. So then I stopped that live stream and I started a new one. And I just let him have it, and I went for 3 fucking hours. And that's part 23, the end, without Tom Althouse. Then, what, 3-4 months later, I did the first Let's Talk. And then, oh my gosh, it just kept going and going. And then we did the real, will the real Althouse please stand up? That was 6 months ago now. And then, we're up to today. But today's not on here just yet. Oh, Gray actually replied. Look at that. You see that? Holy shit. All right, we're gonna see what he said. He said, no, I left a comment right when you aired it too, which is still up. Looped back once I saw you found he was a fraud. But focused on slamming him instead of making amends for the hateful slander based on lies that you contributed to and pushed on your channel and left up. No, he didn't reply like, I'm sorry. What the fuck is he even saying here? Well, right away he's lying. He's saying no. He left the comments within hours of each other. And it was last month. He said, no, I left a comment right when you aired it too, which is still up. Looped back once I saw it. You found he was a fraud, but focused on slamming him instead of making amends for the hateful slander based on lies that you contributed to and pushed on your channel and left up. What? Dude, it was like 4 years ago, dude. You're probably watching now. Like, what do you want me to say, man? He said you like contacted him on the death day of his son, like, and then you were going and doing all of this shit on Twitter, riling him up. Like, you didn't have to do all that, did you? But you did it anyway. And then you're showing up in a mask, like, yeah, we're thinking you're somebody else or you're not. Like, you can't even show your face, dude. Yeah, look at this. Look at Anthony Sweeney here. Let me move this up a bit. 2 months ago, this guy said, wow, I was fooled by Tom Althouse, but I was also fooled by scammers and lost a lot of money just before COVID, which helped me not getting the jab. I believe my money is God's money, and what I lost was what it cost me to learn what evil looks like. Real evil can lie right in your face without flinching, and if you are a bit naive like I was, you can be scammed, where I would normally give people the benefit of the doubt. Very fine line to hold without getting miserable. That is what I learned, so I can believe what you must have gone through, Stephen. And then someone else trying to say, Tom Althouse is a true author, and blah, 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 fucking blah. Says, no, I left a comment right when you aired it, but I did not air this part 6. Like, dude, hold on a minute. We have to go back. Even if, like, my upload he's talking about, November. Right? Let's see the comments. No, I deleted it. That fucking pussy. I still got it in the notifications. What, you not like what you said? This is what I'm talking about. No conviction here. Alright. So the other one was on... what, the part 23? So hold up. Let's see that one. Or no, part 13. I'm just gonna straight up tell him, say like, you lied about fucking you lied right here. You left this comment a month ago. This aired November 4th, 2023. Like what? Unless he's talking about this recent one. But like, episode 15. Let's go to that. I'm being as transparent as possible here. Episode 15. August 24th. Still, September, October, November, December. And then if we go to video uploads, 15. August. August. All right. Gray Area Monarch, August. The fuck you smoking, man? Yeah, this isn't even going to give me the population of it anymore, is it? This isn't even putting it into... this is weird. Okay, here it is. Yeah, 1 month ago. I waited until I did the next live to reply to this guy. Hey, Larny, good to see you. Let's see, I gotta read the chat up a bit here. Zunray says, yes, Patricia's his mom. I can't find anything online of her socially, but still looking. Can't find any evidence of Kirk and his death in the military other than the mentioning in the obituary yet. Andrea says, wow, that's a bit weird. Okay, so we read that. Zunray. Alright. Andreas said, did this guy watch when Tom left the interview and then you took his place in the interview? Why do that? Oh, he probably, I don't know. We probably got triggered. Tom probably got triggered. Yeah, that whole thing where I went on Beyond the Box the first time? Yeah. When I was at Tom's house, I took his seat. That was like in one of the recent ones I did. For Let's Talk, I showed that video. Andreas says, if he's a true author, where is the script he holds and reads the script plenty of times on interviews? Show the words on the pages, but no, he won't do that. Exactly. Because it's not going to match up with what the Wachowskis put out. He said he left a comment right when I aired it. No, here. This is where I'm going to leave this comment. That's a lie, dude. You left this comment and the other that's up on part 13 within hours of each other about a month ago. I'm glad you found it. But honestly, alright, I'm glad you found it, but you can share at any time what happened with you. I never saw an explanation. And all of Emma's videos are gone. So that's that. Her choice. Right? What the fuck am I supposed to say? I think that's what I'm gonna leave him, because he just straight up lied here. Like, you don't do that shit. You know, I'm just going to say it here. I'm just going to say it. I'm under the impression Tom asked Emma to marry him, and she freaked out and dropped everything without looking back. Yeah? Right? He expressed wanting to be with Emma. I assume that's what caused the rift. Right? Let me know in the chat. Let me know. Let me know up here. I'm gonna hit send. I'm just making sure I'm not out of line here, right? I'm not a total asshole. Oh. I put thought into what I reply with. That's why I waited so long also to even reply to this guy. I didn't want to hold back and forth, and I wanted it all documented that this is what I said. So if this guy decides to delete his comment and all the sub-comments get deleted with it, then at least I have it here. Can try to scrub the internet of everything, but... Andrea says, don't forget to add that Tom asked to be a co-host to nearly every show he went on. Like, ask that unless you're trying to stay relevant. Well, I think we can work it in. Yeah. Tom's asked to be a co-host on nearly every show he's been on. Many of the shows he does to this day is the basic part 1. You're so smart. Blah, blah, blah. It's exhausting. Alright, I'll throw that in. Thank you, Andres. That's why I asked the chat, like, is there anything I'm missing? As far as I'm concerned, I'm the only one still speaking out about what this asshole is up to and who he really is. A narcissist. Tom wanted to be co-host on everybody's shows, but he never wanted to have a channel of his own. I even asked him to make a channel for himself so that he'd have consistency. But no, he doesn't even want to fucking do that. And just for confirmation here, we're gonna go, oh, not that one, damn it. I just want to check part 13 to make sure that Gray didn't leave any other comment up here, because I honestly don't know if he did. Like, that's the only one as far as I'm concerned. One month. That's it. Where's the other one? No, this dude's a fucking liar. Sorry, man. Like, you can't just come in here and say that, like, you left it at the time that I released the video, because that's not true. I left a comment right... I left a comment right when you aired it to... No, you didn't, did you? No. Unless you did. He said which is still up. I don't believe I deleted any of his comments. You know, if I did, I'm sorry, dude. people that were coming in, I had the same basic bitch comments for a long time. Had people coming in from Sophia Stewart being like, Sophia Stewart's the one that really wrote The Matrix. Tom's a fraud, blah, blah, blah. Well, like, no one was articulating what I'm doing now. In fact, I'm leading the way in exposing this son of a bitch. So here we go. I'm hitting reply. He's getting that. He can go fuck off. Honestly, man, you had a chance to just say what your side was in the comments, and you just chose to attack me. So, fuck you. I can do it right back to you, boy. Don't worry about that. It's all fair game, right? Whatever the fuck you're doing on the internet, like, just stay there. Just don't fucking deal with me. You could see the results of what I do. You could sit back and watch Gray, okay? But, like, you guys, like, from what I experienced, you put Tom through hell. Like, even if you knew he was a fraud and you knew how to press his buttons, you still went ahead and did it. Like, the dude was like a fucking wreck over that whole thing. And he also was confused as to why all of Emma's videos got pulled down. I say it on that show, I think. Like, what the fuck would you do that for? Why wouldn't you make a follow-up video being like, I pulled all the videos because such and such. Can't just be honest these days, can ya? Whatever. And then Tom goes and makes fun of Emma now. Putting all the makeup on, blah, blah, blah. She's all dainty, blah, blah, blah. But yet he was talking about like he wanted to wife her up. So tell me what the fuck is going on here, Gray. Because that's what I'm under the impression of. Is this too uncomfortable? Then don't fucking talk about it. You be that way. I'm here to talk about this shit. I'm the one challenging Tom Althouse's 2 dead sons, and you're telling me it's insulting that I challenged Nathan Reynolds, the guy I don't even fucking know, that seems like he's lying out of his ass to begin with? At least with Tom, it took a long fucking time to realize he's a fucking liar. Yeah, Andreas says he asked Beyond the Box to be a co-host, but some of the topics those shows cover he probably doesn't even know. Yeah, that's true. And he wouldn't know what to fucking include. Like, he'd just sit there like on a panel like what he does with Penny Shepard, where he doesn't get a fucking word in, and he's on the screen with 20 other people, and it's just like, oh, Tom's here, and that's it. Oh, yes. Elon Musk and the Neuralink. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my rectum. Like, that's all he fucking does. That's all he fucking does. Andreas says, I don't know why you would delete any comments. You said it yourself. You're an archivist. You want to preserve stuff, not get rid of it unless it serves no purpose. Yeah. So the only comments I've ever deleted from my channel are the Sophia Stewart ones. And if somehow Gray got caught up in it, like, I don't believe that's the case, because he clearly states here that the comment's still up, unless he's referring to the video. But that comment is from, like, what the fuck, man? Unless he updated the comment. It doesn't say edited on it, though, does it? Let's see. No. It says... Alright, let me show you. I have to pull this over here. 1 month ago, no edit. Why would you not even reach out for a comment or to hear the other side of the story before airing this? Disgusting, man. No, I watched Nathan Reynolds' videos talking about certain things on, what was it, fucking X22 report, right? And then he went on his own, like, his own YouTube channel has videos from years before that where he was going to these different religious retreats, and it seemed like he was just trying to get these suckers to commit infidelity and then go and he goes and pretends he's exposing it all after he lured them in. Like if he slept with the pastor's wife and then his wife slept with the pastor and then they're like, hey, look, everybody's sleeping with each other. And then he does this on a Sunday at Mass and they're like, oh, what the fuck are you doing here, Nathan? You're not wanted here. Get the fuck out. Like, if that's the type of person Nathan Reynolds is, I don't want anything to fucking do with him. And that's what I got out of it. This is totally detached from whatever Tom was like fucking concerned about. But Tom's a really good actor. Okay, so he was good at like feeding off of what I was presenting, that I said Nathan Reynolds is bullshit. And then you go on here, like the dude, Nathan Reynolds doesn't have any fucking emotion. Like, it's all a front. Like, you could tell. You could just tell. Sorry, man. Like, I wasn't born fucking yesterday. Something's not right with Nathan Reynolds. There's something that fucking happened between Emma and Tom. Nobody's fucking talking about it. I had conversations with Tom on the phone. It sounded like he said he wanted to go out with her. He had this other chick that he invited over to his house in 2024, a month before I got there. And you know what? Her name was Danielle. And you know what happened? He gave her an ultimatum to move in with her. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tried that with Emma too, but none of you fuckers are talking about it. And you want to expose Tom for what he is, but you just stay shut the fuck up. That's what you do. Because you type in Tom Althouse, we should be seeing your videos, but only mine come up. How about that? And the Roseanne Barr. And Roseanne Barr's below my videos. So what the fuck you say about that? I do my research here, and I don't say things just willy-nilly here. I have a free flow of thought, but like, I'm not just gonna say shit that I don't have stuff backing it up with. Yeah, Tom holds the props up. At first, you know what? You can see that was a part 1 interview that we watched here today. I'm gonna hold up my script 5-6 times. I'm not gonna show you anything, but like, yeah, it's here, yippee! Like, no, that's not how this fucking works. Say, I should know better. And this dude's fucking 30 years older than me, and I'm figuring out shit that, like, he has no fucking clue about. Okay? Don't give me that shit that, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Great. You had your chance to expose Tom Althouse, and you didn't. Emma, you had your chance to expose Tom Althouse, and you didn't. Nathan Reynolds, you had a chance to expose Tom Althouse. He was talking shit about you. You could have did it, and you didn't. Chantel from Aquarius Rising Africa, you could have exposed Tom Althouse, and you didn't. All of you shut the fuck up without anybody telling you to. And it goes back to conviction again. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and be like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm just going to delete my whole channel. Like, what the fuck, man? That's not how this works. Content creators were making stuff to put on in perpetuity on the internet. That's why I use Odyssey, so everything's backed up on the fucking blockchain. The only thing that's gonna, like, wipe out my videos is if a fucking solar flare hits, and then all of the fucking things get melted. Like, you can't even start your car, you can't start any electronics, all the wires are fried because of the fucking solar flare. It's the only fucking reason why my videos would disappear. And a lot of other bullshit would be going on in the world if that ever happened. Like, there would be fucking chaos if we get that solar flare, like, soon. Which it might happen. It might happen in the next 21 years. If it's 2047 when that shit's supposed to happen. Like, all the digital media's gone. Like, it won't even be here. The only way you'll be able to save anything is in a Faraday cage. But you guys go up in you click the buttons and be like, delete video, interview 2 hours, delete interview hour and a half, delete interview hour, delete interview 3 hours, delete interview hour and a half. Like, you guys you made those decisions, you made those choices to delete those videos. That's on you guys. Meanwhile, I'm out here in the trenches doing this shit. Making sure that this guy doesn't fucking trick any other fuckers. You know? You get it? It's like there could have been 100 other hosts that would have been duped if I didn't say anything about this. There could have been 5 other people that would have spent their hard-earned fucking money to fly over there and stay with the fucker. That you'd have to buy your own food because he's a cheap ass. Making me buy my own food. Let's go to Walmart. Oh yeah, you have to pay for your shit. What the fuck? He had no food in his house. So I saved not one person that I already know for a fact I saved from going over there, but I saved probably 100 other people if we're talking about a 5 or 10 year span here. And this motherfucker's been doing this since the early 90s? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, you guys just don't have the balls to sit up here and talk shit and speak the truth. You just want to be in your own little fucking bubble. Yeah, isn't that fun? And you wear your fucking ski mask. Go ahead, just do your shit. Play your little charade, your little circus, while I'm here speaking the fucking truth. How about that, gray area monarch? Piece of shit. You waited all this fucking time until last month to go say some shit to me, and what you do, you come at me about shit. You don't come here to share your story. You're like, oh, you're disgusting, man. Fuck you. That was 4 years ago I did that. I was knee deep in this shit trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Channels getting deleted. Tom getting deplatformed from hosts with no explanation. No one wanting to fucking talk about it. Because what? It's going to ruin their reputation? Look, dude. Everybody that's bringing Tom on to their shows should know what the fuck this guy has done in the past. And if you don't want to know it, then you're going to remain fucking ignorant, and you deserve to have your time wasted. Plain and simple. I'm here trying to save everybody's time for not deal with having to go and have this fucker here tell me I'm disgusting. Sorry, man. You blew your cover. You left this a month ago, and you said you put it up when I posted it? 2 years ago. No, you didn't. You posted it a month ago, motherfucker. Okay? So don't come in here and lie to me about shit. Like, you just totally obliterated any chance of, like, coming on here and talking with me about this shit. Now, the only thing you have left is to say it in your comments here or make some stupid little fucking video on Emma's channel and say about how much of an asshole I am. Please do. I don't give a fuck. You type Tom Althouse into the fucking search bar here. You type it in, and you know what pops up? Oh, it's me. It's me on all of it. And it's not me bragging, man. Like, it's just how it is. I am the lead. I'm the #1 search result on this motherfucker. Watch this. Tom Althouse. Boom. What the fuck? My first interview with him is the first thing that comes up. Okay? Holy shit. Oh, you really made Steve crash out on this one. No, you didn't, man. No, I'm just... you're leaving more messages. Okay. We'll look at it. But you see this? I'm the first one that pops up here. No one else. Lerny says he's just around for the sake of being around. So you're talking about grape? I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, that's right. You are a liar, dude. All right. So, look at me. Look at young and me, all that.
Hi, everybody. This is Yissilmissil Productions. My name is Steven Yissil.
I was stressed beyond belief that he made me wait a fucking hour. Listen to this again. Like, my voice is cracking and everything.
All right. So, hi, everybody. This is...
I'm looking like, holy shit, this guy made me wait a fucking hour. And then here he is, like, staring... Trying to stare into the souls of my viewers here. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say here, man. All right, let's read what this fucker says. And we're capping it. Now I'm a liar, get a grip. And the rest of what you're talking about is not reality, huh? I won't bother filling you in. You have shown very poor character and seem to be on some weird bullshit. Ignoring future notifications, you won't even take responsibility for what you contributed to back when you believed Tom. What the fuck? Look, there's multiple people, including Roseanne Barr, that has had this motherfucker on his on their shows. Okay. Do you see Roseanne Barr saying anything about this guy in a negative way? No. You know why? Because they share the same values. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm leaving one more comment and then this guy's getting hidden from my channel, right? Right? Fuck, I shouldn't even do that though. He's never gonna stop. This is like that trap with creators. Like, you just can't get into this shit with people. But this guy is also on other people's shows. So I don't know why the fuck he's coming in here saying that he left a comment the time that it aired. It was aired 2 years ago. And then he's here saying that, oh, he left at the time he aired. No, it was a month ago. It didn't air a month ago, motherfucker. The fuck you talking about? Andrea says, people really forget those comments along nearly everything else are time-stamped, so don't lie for your own sake. No, I'm not. Andreas says also, save yourself. Please don't be someone who lies. It will follow you and ruin your credibility. Well, no, I won't delete Gray's comments, all right? Yeah. Don't worry about it. They'll stay up. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say to this man. On one hand, you got Nathan Reynolds, who's upset that I questioned his story. And now you also have Tom Althouse on the other hand. I'm questioning his story too. And both of them involve, what, dead children? So what the fuck am I supposed to do? We looked up the thing about the snowplow. Doesn't exist. No public records of it. Does that make Tom upset if I say something like that? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he's fucking livid about it. But I'm the only one talking about it. I'm out here doing this. I've been putting my face out here doing this live, trying to find answers to this shit. And you guys are all sitting back being like, oh, I have the truth, but I'm not gonna. Fuck you. Fuck you if you have the truth and you're not sharing it with people. Because it could save other people a lot of fucking time and a lot of stress, a lot of frustration. But no, you want to sit back and have whatever information you have and you don't want to share it. Then why the fuck bother coming on my channel, man? Really? Yeah. It's time-stamped. One month ago. The video is over 2 years. Right. $4.25. Yep, over 2 years. Got it. And that's just me trying to recollect off the top of my head. Get a grip, and what the rest of I'm talking about is not reality. Okay. Okay. Whatever, man. I wish this thing would let me do like GIFs or images. I would put the Frodo Baggins. All right then, keep your secrets. If you wanted to share it, you would have did it already. Obviously, you don't want to. Obviously, Emma doesn't want to, which is why I didn't bother any of you. You see that? I put all this out publicly. I know you guys saw this when it aired. You found me after I started calling them out? Cool. But I've been calling them out for well over a year, not just in the past month, man. And the last video I put up was in August. And you get back, you messaged me a month ago. Which was December. September, October, November, a 4-month difference from the time I uploaded my last Let's Talk to now. Missing Time says, I'm wondering if it just popped in his feed last month and he thought it was fresh. It could be. But, like, we're talking, like, technicalities here. Like, I could do away with that bullshit and be like, yeah, whatever, man. But, like, he's not going to divulge whatever the truth is because he doesn't want the truth out there. You see that? You don't want the truth. So be it. Take care. I don't know what exactly, like, he wants me to apologize for, really. Like, I'm not obligated to do any of that, and I'm not trying to deflect anything either. I'm interviewing people, and I'm having whatever they're saying on the show. Like, if I don't agree with it, I say so. But with me agreeing to, like, Nathan Reynolds being some shady motherfucker, like, that's my opinion. And I can share it if I want to. I've gone to public meetings where people told me to shut up. Because they didn't like me defending an accusation that was false of groping from other people that were on the board there. I'm like, this isn't in this person's character to do that. And it turned out it didn't happen. The bitch made it up to politically assassinate the person. Okay? So, I'm the motherfucker that goes out there and speaks when nobody else feels confident to speak. And without me doing this, there's a lot of people that would be misguided, wasting their fucking time watching all the Roseanne Barr interviews. That's why I'm doing the Let's Talks here. We're breaking them all down. You never have to go watch it again. You don't have to go deal with that bullshit that's happening over there, where they're talking about Zionism. That they are Zionists. Bunch of greedy, control-hungry motherfuckers that think everybody else in the world is subhuman. Okay? And that should give you an idea of who Tom really is. He thinks he's the shit, the smartest person in the world. He has the biggest fucking ego that doesn't exist, right? Give me a fucking break, man. So, that'll all stay up, right? See, the thing is here, with the Sophia Stewart comments, like, that was all fucking noise and shit. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Sophia Stewart is the real author of The Matrix. You can do the same thing with Tom. There's other comments saying Tom Althouse is the real author of The Matrix. What the fuck? People viewing my channel with Tom on here were going and doing that. Missing Time's one of them. But not on that account, right? So it's just like, you want everybody to atone for everything that they've ever done if they misspoke or anything. Dude, like, shit's gonna happen when you're doing live interviews. But I stand behind saying that there's something shady about fucking Nathan Reynolds that doesn't add up. And when you're talking about all this highly detailed car accident, being thrown to the edge of a cliff and hanging on with your fingers off the cliff, like, give me a fucking break, man. That's why I say it's like Mission Impossible shit. I get in accidents. That shit doesn't happen like that. Alright? You're so, like, out of it. Like, what the fuck, man? Thing is, Emma went silent. Nathan went silent. Gray went silent. All three of them don't say shit about Tom Althouse. You guys know something? You're not saying it. Here I am. I'm saying shit. That's the difference. Sorry, bud. But you search Tom Althouse, there it is. That's why I keep shit up, man. Besides being an archivist, like, you think Tom would have a field day having this taken down and just having the Roseanne Barr up. But no, there's that, and then this leads to my entire playlist that has the Let's Talk About It shit. Yeah, and including the last one, got part 9, got this rando guy here from Canada. That's weird. More of my stuff. This show that's airing right now, look at that. Him showing his floppy disk, which again, I wanted to like digitally back up for him. No, he didn't want to do it. I offer the help, he says no. That was when he had my full trust, when I was going to make the documentary for him to support his claims. How about that? So, I don't know how you found the video, Gray. Maybe you're searching for Tom. I don't fucking know. Really, man. You reached out to me in my comments, disparaging me and your initial comments. So you didn't start off on the right foot, and that shows your character, by the way. You could have been a little more amicable if you wanted to exchange information, get the truth out, but that's not your goal, clearly. Oh, Missing Time, no, Missing Time says I never said he was real. No, I meant like sharing about Tom Althouse and like my interviews to go watch them and stuff on other channels. Okay. Like, I'm aware that my channel produced a lot of that. I know my videos get shared around. So no, I'm not throwing that on you. I was just using it as an example here. That comments are going to be made. Am I supposed to apologize for all of my viewers and all their opinions that they have about all of this? I'm not the only one speaking about this, like, in this manner. Like, in my comments, I have viewers that agree with me. But when I do this live like this, I'm the only motherfucker doing this live. I'm the only one doing this, trying to find the answers to all this stuff. But instead, no, you have Tom that makes a complete 180 on all this stuff, really shows his hand that he has nothing. and then expects me to disappear like Emma and everyone else. Right? To never speak of Tom again. Right? November, December, January, February, March, April. I think I waited 5 or 6 months before I did the first Let's Talk About It. And I did it because I needed to clear the air. Between him going on other shows and disparaging me, that's what spawned all this. He didn't let it end. He's yucking it up with these other hosts going, ha 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 ha. Look what he's making fun of my appearance. That's all he had. I'm bringing up all of these things that I'm like, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up. And he's like, ha 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 ha. Look at his funny hat. That's all he had to say about me. That's all he had to say. And then I get Gray in my comments now saying, oh, you're disgusting. Well, fuck you. Like, I don't have to engage with, I don't have to be amicable with you if that's the first fucking things out of your mouth saying that to me. You get what you give, motherfucker. Sorry, but not sorry. All right? Oh, Steve's a narcissist. No, I'm not, dude. I've made many mistakes in my life. I'm always learning. And there's something to be learned here from today. So, I don't know. We're finding out maiden names of Tom Althouse. What do you do? What is everyone else doing in the Tom Althouse world? They're not doing that shit. People who know the truth about Tom aren't saying it. And that's despicable. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Andreas says, didn't Tom call you a snowman and Roseanne chick called you a clown or Nephilim? No, that was that big bitch that was on the, I don't know. Fuck, I forgot the fucking name of her channel now. I did the whole thing. It's in this Let's Talk somewhere. I covered it all. Yeah, they decided instead of addressing my points I brought up, which, like, if they had proof that all those things that they were claiming were correct, they would have had the proof to show it up and make it look better for themselves. But they didn't. Instead, they resorted to ad hominem attacks. That's all they had. Not here's Kirk's private records. Here's everything that the military said. Here's this. Here's that. No, none of that stuff. Here's the reason why my daughter is estranged. Here's the reason why my wife died in 23. He never even mentioned that his first wife died in 2023. What are we supposed to do? He's selectively leaving information out, and this is what we're bringing to light. He doesn't like it, too fucking bad. I'm not suicidal. If this channel goes, you'll know what happened. If this channel disappears, it's because probably one of his fuckers went ahead and did enough reporting and it got me banned. But I have everything else up. He's not going to be able to find all my channels that I have all this up on. You cannot completely scrub what has occurred here. I'll say this again. Part 13, when Tom was talking about Nathan Reynolds, prior to that show, I did my research of Nathan Reynolds and shit wasn't adding up. Stories he was sharing had holes in them. Things he did were questionable. Like the Bible retreat shit. Sleeping with the pastor's wife and shit. And then calling out infidelity like they initiated it and not Nathan and his wife. Right? Because that's the way I view it. They're instigators. Chaos agents. Okay, and I'm not having any of that shit. That's why Penny's not here. That's why all these motherfuckers that have done this stupid shit, they're not here. And that's why you don't hear anything from them on their own channels. Because they can't back up what they're talking about. Here, I lived through all this shit. Oh yeah, you just want me to pretend it never fucking happened, right? Oh, there's a lesson to be learned from living through all this stuff, and we're playing it all out. I don't know the answer to it. I leave it up to God. I leave it up to Jesus Christ and his Father. And if you don't like that, that's too bad. I'm here for a reason. And if this is the only platform that shows the world what Tom Althouse is doing and who he really is and what he's really about, then so be it. But you have this guy go on here. Let's go to Tom Althouse's page again. Let's click on donate again. Oh. Campaign's unpublished. He ended the campaign. $3,750 a month. There's a grift going on. It's fraud. You know, like Minnesota fraud? Similar thing here. He's trying to get money to pay for his house that his mom's paying for. That his mom bought him. His mom's like in her 80s. Okay? And he has the gall to say shit about me and whatever I do with my family. No. Sorry, man. It's not how this works. I never made something like this shit begging for money like this. I have a subscription base. I have memberships. I have super chats. That's about it, man. You guys, on the other hand, can go and talk about all the MK Ultra and this and that and survivors of this and that. But you left Tom out. Why? You won't say why. And you want to leave it be a mystery to the world? So be it. You're a piece of shit doing that. It shows who you are with your character by not speaking the truth to the public. Get it? And I can be here for another 2 hours talking about this stuff, but I'm done today. We have a lot of other stuff I want to look at. There's videos from 2018, 2020, Tom Althouse interviews, older ones, and we'll see where he was with putting together this traveling road show he does, going from channel to channel. And I want this to be the end of that. I don't want him to be doing this shit anymore. He's the one that needs to get a life, not just relying on all of other people's accomplishments and try to say it's his own. And that's it. So Tuesday, I'll be here live. I'll be doing a deep dive continuation on Coral Castle. Thursday, I'll be here for Bermuda Triangle, both at 6 p.m. Central Time. I'll see how I feel about next Sunday doing another Let's Talk, because I do have other videos I want to look at. And this is an ongoing thing, man. Like, this is keeping on going. Like, I have so much to review that's out there. And we reviewed something from 8 days ago, and I haven't done this show in 4 months. So there's a lot to look through. But Tom is not as active as he was. He's shut down his GoFundMe that another host set up. So who knows if that host is even doing stuff with him anymore. And then Michael Jacko Wacko, I don't know what the fuck to say. Where did he go? So there's a lot of shady shit going on with Tom Althouse. I'm calling this shit out. I had him on here for such a long time. It's going to take time to unravel the bullshit that he spread on this channel. But no, I'm not just going to remove all the interviews. That's fucking insane. And Gray and Nathan, if you two were the ones that told Emma to delete all the videos, you guys are just as fucking culpable because you just want to suppress shit instead of leaving it all out there. And what are you fuckers gonna... I had people fucking telling me they're gonna fucking bring me to court for shit for not taking the interviews down. They're my fucking interviews. All right? I hosted Tom Althouse here. He had the freedom to say whatever the fuck he wanted, no matter how disparaging, because I let him have the floor. So just think about that one too. And then when you delete your videos on your channels, any hosts out there that have ever interviewed Tom Althouse, you have deleted any of your videos with him, you're also part of the problem. Especially if you hadn't come back on and given an update to say why you did it. Oh, it's too secretive. The fuck you then. Then it's not important. You're too weak-spined. There's no conviction in you. You can't really follow through on shit. Here I am. I'm Steven Yissilmissil. This is Yissilmissil Productions. I say it every time I come on here. Those are the first words out of my mouth every show I do. Let's read the comments here. Lerny says his best argument is an ad hominem. That's sad. Yeah, he compared me to Burlives, I believe. Because I have my 1920s hat that I was wearing. And that was from when I was doing the deep dives on the Chicago film industry. And I decided to start wearing it for the Let's Talk in the thumbnails. And that's what he decided to argue my points against, is how I look. Andreas says, didn't Tom call you a snowman and Roseanne chick called you? No, it was Veronica. That was the name of the Codebreaker Real Talk. That was the name of that show. That's when he called me the snowman. Yeah. Then Andreas says, you should probably back up all your videos if that happens, man. Yeah, everything's backed up. Everything's on Odyssey. I have things on multiple hard drives. It's not going anywhere. I'll re-upload this shit again if I have to. Zenry says maybe he should release one of his other 14 scripts instead of begging for money. Yeah, no shit. Or maybe sell some of those scripts. Did you ever think of that shit? No one wanted to buy the Immortals from him? Zenry says, oh yeah, what's her name? The lady who did his website. I think Jen is the name that did the website for him. And that was a whole thing. I was in his house. We could have been working, right? No, he had to go upstairs and take the phone call with Jen. And I overheard, because the whole house is open. The front goes with the staircase, and I'm not giving a layout of the house, but there's a staircase on the first floor that's open that goes up to the second floor. You hear everything that's happening upstairs. He's talking to this Jen lady on the phone, being like, oh, you're so smart. I get to talk to a smart person. That's the shit he's been saying to other people that he's been a guest on their shows with. It's the same copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Oh, you're the smart one. You're the smart one. You see how manipulative that is? And that all ends here. That ends here. Zenry also says, oh yeah, what's her name? The lady who did the website. Yeah, it's Jen. And then he also said maybe she was pissed because he forgot her name on the live. Well, the website's still up, so I don't think Jen's completely disassociated yet. But I feel it's going to be happening soon. This guy can't keep anybody close to him. The Give, Send, Go was made by that other dude. I'll have to do a little bit of digging to find what exactly happened. Because again, never hear anything about what happened after Tom. Like, you search Tom Althouse is a liar, all my stuff comes up. So what the fuck? I'm the only one calling this dude out. I'm the only one that has the balls to approach this motherfucker and call him for what he is. Meanwhile, people hide in the comments being like, "You're disgusting." Like, grow the fuck up, right? You want to have an intelligent conversation about all of the shadow government bullshit, but you can't reveal the truth about measly Tom Althouse? Give me a fucking break. Lerny says, it's disgusting if you can see through the buttering up. The quote, "Oh, you're so smart," yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that's a very good explanation of what he's doing with that, is he's buttering up his hosts. And then he's the one that initiates, "Oh, yes, we need to do a part 2. We need to do a part 2. I don't think I shared that. Haha. All right, let's get back into the playlist. I didn't leave that one comment on the video that we just watched today. See, I got caught up with talking with this gray motherfucker. But you know, what am I to do? This dude had 3 years to say, "No, that's not true. This is what happened." But he refused to do that. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're more than welcome, Gray, to say in the comments what really happened. But the longer you withhold it, the more you're complicit. How about that? You think it's funny? That shows what type of person you are. You're not about the truth. All right, I think I'm going to put this comment out there, and then we'll end the show. So I don't know what to do anymore. Like, I'm already getting accused by Tom on these public shows that I'm being an anonymous and I'm contacting all of these hosts and telling them not to work with them. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just saying, look at what he did to me and assess your own situation of what you're doing with him. And then come to your own conclusion whether or not you should continue interviewing him. That's all. This is the comment I'm going to leave. Check out what I have, especially part 23, and let's talk about it. And then there's the link to my playlist. Let's see if it's even going to leave the link in there. It does! Look at that! So that's out there now. That's going to cause a whole ruckus, but like, I get results. So think whatever you want. And hey, God77 says, hello there, y'all from the UK. Yissilmissil bro, I've had to sort horses out, dude, and take the dog out for a walk. Can't believe bloody horses covered in mud and poo. Awesome. I remember you seem like you have a different handle now. But it's all good. It's good to see you. Joel. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone. It's been 5.5 hours. I don't know where an hour went here. Yeah, if you're rewatching this, if you have to go back and watch this stuff, like, leave me comments below. Let me know what you think. Where I should look into next. And I'm just going to keep going, man. Because why stop? Why stop when the iron's hot here? But anyways, thank you for being here. I will be back on Tuesday with the Coral Castle series, so that'll be another good show. We're getting really deep into the free energy stuff. And, shit. I'm touching all sorts of hot plates. Don't shoot the messenger. Until the next one, class dismissed.